committee in the 6 counties in the North Rift laid its report on the table of the House on the 13th day of August, the year being 2024. So this will be a motion lined up for debate this afternoon. And so is the Learners with Disability Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of the year 2023 by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Education. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast as the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, is already in the chamber, ready to preside over the business this afternoon. Have yourself a great afternoon and enjoy your viewing.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell. Baba Wino, this must be the first time you have been in the chamber when we are starting. You always appear here like a stranger. He's soliciting for something.
Well, the business at the National Assembly has already commenced this afternoon, and immediately after the commencement, the Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for a few minutes to give some sort of leeway for members of Parliament who are still within the presence of Parliament to make their way into the chamber this afternoon, to necessitate the House to raise quorum this afternoon. And as we await for a signal from the chamber informing us of that pertinent quorum of 50 members required to commence business this afternoon, allow me to keep taking you through the highlights in the order paper this afternoon on some of the agenda for deliberation by members this afternoon, where the House is set to debate the public petition on legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel, this being a motion by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Transport and Infrastructure, that the House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of the public petition number 14 of the year 2024 regarding the legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel. The Committee on Transport laid its reports on the table of the House after handling this matter, being a public petition on legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel on the 20th of February this year. The House will this afternoon resume debates on the realization of the two-thirds gender principle. This debate has a balance of about 1 hour and 36 minutes, where members of the National Assembly are set to debate the Nadco report and the multi-sectoral working group report on the realization of the two-thirds gender principle. This is a report that has been done by both committees of the National Assembly and the Senate on matters justice and legal affairs. Allow me to take you through some schedules on the policy and financial resolutions relating to the 2025 medium-term debt strategy. And some of the policy resolutions is that to meet the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, a threshold of debt to GDP in present terms of 55%, by 2028, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning.
Quorum. Okay. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Rindikiri, take your seat. Honorable members, I have 2 short communications to make. The first one is on the commencement of the resolution with respect to reconstitution of committees. Honorable members, you recall that during yesterday's afternoon sitting of Wednesday, 5th March 2025, the House approved the appointment of members to 41 committees. As you are aware, Standing Order 179-2 requires that whenever a vacancy arises in the office of chairperson or vice chairperson of a select committee, the clerk shall within 7 days appoint a place and time for the meeting of a committee to elect its chairperson and vice chairperson. In that regard, honorable members, I instructed the clerk to prepare a schedule for the affected committees to convene and conduct the said elections. A concern has arisen, honorable members, regarding whether members who are appointed to the respective departmental committees may participate in the legislative business that was already before the committees. Honorable members, you will note that in today's order paper there is a rectification being made to correct the resolution of the House with respect to 3 committees. Further, it's notable that the departmental committees are engaged in the process of considering the 2025 budget policy statement and supplementary estimates for financial year 2024-25. This process, which have statutory timelines, are not to be interrupted by the changes made to committees yesterday. In this regard, therefore, honorable members, it is hereby clarified that the resolution of the House with respect to reconstitution of committees and indeed the changes to be made today will commence on Wednesday, 12th March 2025. That's next Wednesday. The clerk is therefore directed to circulate a consolidated schedule showing the place and time of election of chairpersons and vice chairpersons of all affected committees before the rise of the House today. For clarity, honorable members, the counting of the 7-day period contemplated under Standing Order 179-2 shall commence tomorrow, Friday, 7th March 2025. This implies that the elections for chairpersons and vice chairpersons of the specified committees will be held on Wednesday, 12th March 2025, or Thursday, 13th March 2025. You are accordingly guided. Order members remain at the bar. Honorable members, the second is an invitation to Muslim members of Parliament to the parliamentary iftar dinner. Members, take the nearest seat. I can see Honorable Shimba. On account of your seniority in age, we can't keep you waiting. And Junet is a fortunate beneficiary to that. Mwango, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, as you are aware, our brothers and sisters of the Islamic faith are observing the holy month of Ramadan, which commenced last Saturday, 1st March 2025. You'll also recall that last year we hosted the inaugural iftar dinner for members of Parliament who profess the Islamic faith and invited guests. The hosting of the dinner is the furtherance of Parliament's strategic Pillar 3 on enhancing public trust through parliamentary outreach and embracing the diversity of our nation's character. Honorable members, during the inaugural dinner, it was agreed that the event be included in the parliamentary calendar and be hosted on an annual basis. In this regard, honorable members, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Senate and I hereby extend an invitation to all members of the Islamic faith in both houses of Parliament for this year's parliamentary iftar dinner. The event will be held on Thursday, 13th March 2025 at the Parliament Gardens main building from 5:30 p.m. We have also invited the leadership of both houses, members of the House Business Committees, dignitaries from other arms of the national government, as well as members of the diplomatic corps to the dinner. I take this opportunity to wish the Muslim community Ramadan Mubarak and Saum Makbul. I thank you. Honorable members, allow me, as I continue communicating, to acknowledge the following institutions. In the Speaker's Gallery, St. Hannah's Boys High School, Langata in Nairobi. In the Public Gallery, St. Thomas Aquinas Thomenu Boys High School, Kaiti Makueni. Harambe Primary from Makadara, Nairobi. And Kiriti Day Secondary School from Tetu, Nyeri. On your behalf and on my own behalf, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Next. Yes, Commissioner Macau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand based on your first communication. That is on House committees.
On committees.
The reconstitution and the election of chairmen and vice chairmen. Yes. Mr. Chairman, this is a house of tradition and rules. In the past, Mr. Speaker, I seek your intelligence and guidance. During the 12th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I saw one commissioner, Honorable Adan Keinan, served as a commissioner. At the same time, he was a chairman pick. Mr. Speaker, in the past,
yes,
commissioners have been disadvantaged to be placed in committees. And I was wondering, if in your committee, is it possible for a commissioner to seek election as a chairman or a vice chairman in the committees? I seek your intelligence, Chairman.
It is not an irregularity, but it is an embodiment of unacceptable conduct. For any one of us to be a commission of the Parliamentary Service Commission, which is an extremely busy undertaking and a rare privilege for members of this House to serve in PSC as commissioners. Out of 349, I have only 5 of you in the commission. if you are salivating for any seat as a chair of a committee, I would discourage you that you leave it to your colleagues who don't have positions of privilege like you have. But if you want to present yourself for election against that advice, there's no law that bars you from doing so. But I think it is imprudent to do so. Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, based on your guidance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, even if you look, when you look at the standing orders, the chairs of the committees, members who become chairs of committees, are not allowed to sit in any other committee other than the committee that they are chairing, Mr. Speaker, through the standing orders. So that now the commissioner is even higher than a chair of a committee. If a chair of a committee is not allowed to sit in another committee, how will a commissioner chair a committee in that case, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I know Honorable Macau has been feeling disadvantaged in terms of membership of a committee, and he has approached me several times. But I've been reminding him also, you are a commissioner. You're not a small man. You are our employer, actually. We report to you. You are the one who knows our who deal with our matters, both privately and publicly, personal issues as an employer. So, Mr. Speaker, the next governor of Machakos must be contented with what God has given him as a commissioner, and let him not create a confusion, Mr. Speaker.
That simply buttresses, Honorable Macau, what I have said. And apart from commissioners who are in the House Business Committee, because that is a unique committee that we allow members to sit in, selected specifically by their parties for particular reasons. Members who become chairpersons of committees, if you have a second committee, you will be obligated to relinquish it to other members who don't have adequate committee placements. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Before the papers, honorable members, allow me to recognize a delegation of staff from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. I would like to acknowledge the presence of a delegation of 10 staff from the Parliament of Zimbabwe sitting in the Speaker's gallery to observe the House proceedings. You may stand for acknowledgement. The delegation is on a benchmarking visit to share best parliamentary practices and experiences with our staff in the National Assembly. On my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagement. Honorable members, when we were in the university in 1980, Robert Mugabe came to address us. And we remember the phrase, Pamberina Chimurega. I'm sure it makes a lot of sense to the delegation in the gallery. Next, Majority Leader. The University of Nairobi. Yes, the university.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, March 6, 2025. 1. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein in respect of number 1, Ahmed Shahame Mwindani Technical Training Institute, 2, Coast Institute of Technology, 3, Kekrao Technical and Vocational College, 4, Kendenge Technical and Vocational College, 5, Keroka Technical Training Institute, 6, Kinango Technical and Vocational College, 7, Likoni Technical and Vocational College, 8, Mabera Technical and Vocational College, 9, Mawego Technical Training Institute, 10 Msambweni Technical and Vocational College, 11 Mugutsi Technical and Vocational College, 12 Musakasa Technical Training Institute, 13 Okame Technical and Vocational College, 14 Sangalo Institute of Science and Technology, 15 Sirisia Technical and Vocational College, 16 Taveta Technical and Vocational College, 17 Wanga Technical and Vocational College, and 18 Wamingu Technical and Vocational College. Number 2, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of 1, Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya, 2, Anti-Female Genital Mutilation Board, 3, Asumbi Teachers Training College, 4, Augustine Teachers Training College, Iregi, 5, Bomet University College, 6, Child Welfare Society of Kenya, 7, Communication Authority of Kenya, 8, Democratic Action Party Kenya, 9, Export Processing Zone Authority, 10, Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, 11, Judiciary Deposits Accountability Statement, 12, Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, 13, Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, 14, Kenya Film Commission, 15, Kenya Health Professions Oversight Authority, 16, Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited, 17, Kenya Safari Lodges and Hotels, 18, Kenya Sese and Cypomyces Eradication Council, 19, Kisii University, 20, Konsa Technopolis Development Authority, 21, Maendeleo Chapchap Party, 22, Moi University, 23, National Oil Corporation of Kenya Limited, 24, National Research Crime Center, 25, National Transport and Safety Authority, 26, National Youth Service, 27, New Kenya Planters Cooperative Union PLC, New KPCU, 28, New Partnership for Africa Development, Africa Peer Review Mechanism Kenya Secretariat, 29, Numerical Matching Complex Limited, 30, Occupation Safety and Health Fund, 31, People Democratic Party, PDP, 32, People's Empowerment Party, 33, Progressive Party of Kenya, 34, Public Service Commission, 35, Pareteram Processing Company of Kenya, 36, Rivertex East Africa Limited, 37, State Department for Basic Education, 38, State Department for Labor and Skills Development, 39, State Department for Mining, 40, State Department for Roads, 41, the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, 42, the Shamberere National Polytechnic, 43, Tom Mboya University, 44, Tourism Fund, 45, Road Maintenance Levy Fund, 46, University of Eldoret, and 47, the Enterprise Development Fund. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Next order. Before the next order hold, I want to acknowledge 3 members of staff from Trans Nzoia County Assembly in the Speaker's Gallery. On behalf of the House and myself, we welcome you to the House of Parliament. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7.
Tim Wanyonyi, member for Westlands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That aware that land is a critical but limited factor of protection that supports human habitation and food production. Noting that agriculture is Kenya's economic mainstay. Appreciating that the Central Bank of Kenya, CBK, Monetary Policy Committee Agriculture Sector Survey 2022 estimated the contribution of the agriculture sector to be the country's gross domestic product (GDP) to be 22% directly and 27% indirectly through its linkages with other sectors. Further appreciating that the survey showed that the sector employs over 40% of Kenya's total population. Concerned that the Land Reform Volume 3 publication, the Kenya Land Alliance land estimated that only 17% of the country's land mass is classified as suitable for rain-fed agriculture land, while the remainder is either semi-arid or arid. Further concerned that the country's agricultural productivity has been decreasing over the years, cognizant of the fact that the decline in agricultural productivity is partly attributable to the shrinking agricultural land due to unplanned settlements that encroach on agricultural lands. Further concerned that agricultural lands in rural areas are continually being subdivided into small portions that for build-up development, therefore diminishing the size of land available for agriculture, noting that there is need to put in place measures for effective land use in the country in order to guarantee optimal use of agriculture. Now, therefore, this House resolved that the government, through the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, puts in place a policy framework for effective land use in rural areas by consolidating and designating zones for build development, for commercial and residential developments with shared public utilities and separate zones for agricultural use in order to arrest further diminishing of agricultural land and steady the country's agricultural productivity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order. Clerk, hold before you call the next order. I acknowledge the following institutions in the House. In the public gallery, Othaya Boys from Othaya, Nyeri. Members, your usual style of acknowledging visitors, imekufa. Speakers Gallery, Thiginki Girls School from Runyenjes, Embu, and Ururu Girls School from South Imenti in Meru. On my behalf and on your behalf, I welcome them to the House of Parliament. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements. Eli Letipila, Samburu North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the escalating banditry and insecurity within Nachola and the Nyiro wards of Samburu North constituency. Honorable Speaker, an alarming trend has emerged regarding the brazen roadside attacks along the Baragoi-Maralal Road and an escalation of banditry in parts of Samburu North constituency. Recently, a police land cruiser that was ferrying remandees for a court session was attacked and a police officer, PC Humphrey Oroba, number 254918, who was also the driver, was killed and his rifle, an AK-47, number 590, 140, 79 stolen. The incident was reported at Baragoi Police Station on OB number 710-225, and the 4 fugitives who are the remandees are still at large. 2 weeks later, a bus, that's registration number KCH 872N, under the Ngarua Circle, plying the Maralal-Baragoi route, was also brazenly attacked at Mbukoi area on the same road. 2 conductors, namely Kevin Lalampa and George Lochuch, were killed. 10 passengers survived with gunshot wounds and are admitted at Maralal Referral Hospital. These attacks follow an earlier spate of raids that have resulted in the death of 3 young men, namely Alois Lormule Mosa, the Nakuru Lembisikichoi, and Molangai Lemede, and the loss of over 200 heads of cattle near Tomb area of Nyiro Ward. Another attack, which also resulted in the death of a young man who was taking his child to school near Ngorishe in Nyiro Ward, also took place. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Number 1, the report on the security situation in the Loruko, Tum, Kawap, Parkati belt and the Marti, Lamerok, Suyan, Gilai, Masikita belts of Nachola and Nyiro wards of Samburu North constituency. Efforts to apprehend the criminals and fugitives following the attack on the police escort, including the recovery of the missing firearm. 3, measures put in place by the ministry to ensure the safety of the passengers who ply the Maralal-Baragoi Road and other trunk roads like the Opiroi-Baragoi Road. And finally, number 4, plans put in place by the ministry to facilitate peace, dialogue and cohesion among the Samburu and Turkana communities who live in Nachola and Nyiro wards of Samburu North constituency. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Etipila. Security. Wapi Tongoyo? Any member of the committee? Majority Leader? Majority Leader, this is a statement sought from administration and security. Can you inform them to bring a response in 2 weeks?
I will do that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Omulkhair Kasim, Mandera County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm requesting for a statement regarding power outages in Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 442C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Energy regarding power outages in Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, in the recent past, there have been frequent power outages in Mandera County, especially Mandera East and Mandera South constituencies, which have disrupted critical services offered at health facilities, public institutions, and commercial operators. In January 2025, the Kenya Power and Lighting Company installed 2 generators in Mandera East. However, one of the generators broke down within the same month. The frequent power outages have caused panic among the affected residents, noting that this exposes the area to incidences of insecurity and negatively impacts economic activities. In addition, due to the high temperatures in the area, residents are at risk of suffering from heat strokes and also affect the observance of the holy month of Ramadan. Due to this, residents have been compelled to purchase ice blocks across from Somalia, thereby increasing the cost of living. The incessant power outages continue to cause distress to the residents of Mandera. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for the statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the following. 1, to report on the steps being taken by the government to address the frequent power outages. 2, the immediate measures being put in place to replace malfunctional generators, including providing additional generators with the required wattage to ensure constant supply of power in the county. 3, the long-term plans for stable power supply in the county, including exploring alternative avenues such as acquisition of generators through the independent power producers. which, Honorable Speaker, their contract was terminated in 2023, thereby resulting into this unfortunate incident that we are in right now. Thank you.
Yes, Cynthia Muge, you want to joyride on that?
Honorable Speaker, allow me to joyride on this statement because I have a burning issue, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
That the KPLC company is not only the home of inefficiencies, Honorable Speaker, but it is also a home of inconvenience. Honorable Speaker, the Office of Nandi County National Government Affirmative Action Fund paid a whooping 800,000 shillings, Honorable Speaker, for the purposes of installation of power at the Kabirsang Rehabilitation Center 1 year, 3 months ago, Honorable Speaker. And efforts to even follow up for its installation is not bearing any fruit. This is a very inefficient company and they should be able to put their act together as they sort out the issues that have been raised by Honorable Umo.
Thank you. Omanyo, you also want to joyride on that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to just add on what my colleagues have said about Kenya Power and Lighting. I come from a border point, Busia, where we share, we get so many trucks passing across Malaba town and Busia town. But unfortunately, every time there is a power blackout and the streets have no lights, I'm hoping and urging the Kenya Power and Lighting Company to up their game, especially in towns like Busia, where it serves so many other nations. So many trucks go to Rwanda, Congo, Uganda, across Busia and Malaba customs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member for Imendi. Yes, go ahead. You will be
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You will be the last joyrider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to ride on the same.
Central.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I want to ride on the same on KPLC, Mr. Speaker. They are becoming a real troubleshooters. Mr. Speaker, in my Gembe Central constituency, the KPLC installed transformers, 6 of them in numbers. And they registered members of the community as users and agreed on meters. Then they installed the power. They delayed the meters for almost 8 months. Then they came back and vandalized everything and carried the transformers, leaving the community in darkness. It's their own failure not to bring enough transformers and to delay. Mr. Speaker, that one has brought a lot of problems. Business communities were preparing to do their business using the power, but now they have been cut off and nothing has been done for the last 3 weeks. That's why we are challenging them to come up and work hard and stop being this sluggish and rendering our people irrelevant in businesses and workings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Sabina. Is it joyriding on the same?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's the high time we look at Kenya Power. Mr. Speaker, and especially the areas where we don't have a digital meter, even their bills are finally generated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot of our people are also moving out of this country, the businessmen, and also many industries, Mr. Speaker, because of the cost of power. So Kenya Power need to address the issue, 1, efficiency, number 2, the cost of power, and especially looking at the people who are doing businesses. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, it's also good for the people who owe Kenya Power a lot of money to pay. Mr. Speaker, we saw the drama that was happening last week. And also Nairobi has become a very dark city. Some of the streets where we used to have street lighting, the streets are dark. Kiambu Road, if you go at night, Mr. Speaker, you'll also find that those street lights are almost off half of the time, Mr. Speaker. So even as we censure Kenya Power, we also need to be sure that we also pay for the bills and the people who owe Kenya Power to pay back their money. But for the governor, to the governor of Nairobi, he needs to light Nairobi County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, Energy, Majority Leader, ensure the Chair Energy brings a response in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Jerry Maina. Kasheri, Kirinyaga County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to request for statements regarding issuance of title deed in Southern Gariama settlement area. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 42-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands regarding the delay in issuance of title deed in Southern Gariama settlement scheme, Mwea constituency in Kirinyaga County. Honorable Speaker, the Southern Gariama settlement scheme is a 17,000-acre land located in Kirinyaga County, which was established to provide land to residents of Mwea constituency. However, for decades, the process of formal land allocation and issuance of title deeds has remained unresolved. In February 2023, the Ministry of Lands initiated an adjudication process following a directive issued by the Kirugoya Environment and Lands Court. Yet to date, the issuance of title deeds is yet to be finalized. This prolonged delay in issuing title deeds has affected development in the area. Without legal proof of ownership, investors remain hesitant and donors are reluctant to fund community projects. Furthermore, the delay has caused land-related disputes with a rise in conflicts in the area over land ownership. Article 40 of the Constitution guarantees the right to ownership of property, and the continued delay in issuance of the title deeds restricts the ability of residents of Sangariama settlement scheme from exercising this right. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands on the following. 1. A report on status of the adjudication process of the Sangariama settlement scheme, indicating whether the process references initial mapping conducted in 2009. 2. The specific timelines for the conclusion of the titling process, including issuance of title deeds to the rightful residents. And 3. Measures being taken by the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development to address land ownership disputes in the area, including steps taken to facilitate verification of rightful ownership in cases of disputes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Kasheri. Lands, Majority Leader again, inform them to bring a response in 2 weeks. Mark Mwenje, Embakasi West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding the status of 24-25 work plan for the Kera and Kura. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions on Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of the 2024-2025 work plan for Kenya Rural Roads Authority and the Kenyan Urban Roads Authority. Honorable Speaker, in November 2024, the High Court extended its orders freezing disbursement of the 10.5 billion road maintenance levy fund in conditional grants allocated to counties for 2024-2025 financial year, pending determination of a court case on the fund. The monies for the road maintenance levy fund, which are disbursed by the Kenya Roads Board, are used for maintenance in each constituency through the Kenya Rural Roads Authority and the Kenya Urban Roads Authority. The delay in disbursements of funds is expected to cause a deficit in the projects already tendered by constituencies for the financial year 24-25, occasioning pending bills. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following: measures being taken by the government to ensure the work plans tendered for the financial year 2024-2025 are not suspended due to lack of funds. Measures being taken to ensure that the delay does not occasion pending bills and other charges that may result from breach of tender agreements. And finally, actions being implemented by Kera and Kura to ensure that roads under their jurisdiction, which are due for maintenance, are not affected by the delay in disbursement of funds. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mark Mwenje. Majority Leader, Transport and Infrastructure, to bring a response in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, order. Oh, Majority Leader, now is your turn. Your Thursday statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Wednesday, 5th March 2025, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. As members are aware, this week the House debated the report on the 2025 medium-term debt strategy. I wish to commend the leadership of the House and the members for the dedication and cooperation exhibited in the consideration of this critical business. And I also commend the Liaison Committee under the able chairmanship of the Deputy Speaker for taking lead in the consideration and ensuring the conclusion within the set constitutional timelines. Honorable Speaker, I wish to remind the House that following the extension of time granted last week, we ought to conclude with the consideration of the 2025 Budget Policy Statement, or BPS, before the end of next week. In this regard, upon tabling of the report of the Liaison Committee on the BPS, it will be prioritized for debate. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to continue with the consideration of the following bills should they not be concluded today. One is Committee of the Whole House on the County Government Revenue Raising Process Bill of 2023 and the Public Audit Amendment Bill of 2024. Two is the second reading of the Learners with Disabilities Senate Bill number 4 of 2023 and the Treaty Making and Ratification Amendment number 2 Bill of 2024. Additionally, debate will be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are listed in today's order paper should they not be concluded. One, resolution to sit on other days. Two, consideration of the budget policy statement. Three, consideration of the report of the National Dialogue Committee and the report of the Multi-Sectoral Working Group on the realization of the two-thirds gender principle. Four, report on the public petition on legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel. And five, report on the state of security in 6 counties of North Rift, being Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, West Pokot, Samburu, and Laikipia. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the attendance of Cabinet Secretaries to answer questions from members, I wish to inform the House that due to the budget-related business before the House, the Cabinet Secretaries that were scheduled to appear on Wednesday, 12th March 2025, have been rescheduled to a later date. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to remind members that the House is scheduled to proceed for our short recess next week. As such, members should note that the House may be required to sit longer or to have additional sittings on some days to conclude priority business before proceeding on recess, especially on the budget-making process for BPS and the Supplementary Appropriations Bill that is already before the House. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee shall reconvene on Tuesday, 11th March 2025 to schedule business for the rest of that week. And I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Next.
Order number 8, motion. Consideration of the 2025 medium-term debt management strategy. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Come, Kate. Ketini. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the Liaison Committee on its consideration of the 2025 medium-term debt management strategy laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 5th March 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 15(4) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 232A7 and 8A, approves the 2025 medium-term debt management strategy, and B, makes the policy and financial resolutions contained in the schedule to the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. If those of the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Further changes to committee membership.
Chairperson, Committee on Selection. Majority Leader.
You're disrupting me. Honorable Speaker, at times you run into problems when you sit next to honorable members who are very engaging, like the member for Muranga and the member for Laikipia.
I notice your level of concentration has diminished considerably.
It is the member for Muranga, Honorable Speaker, who has taken the deputy majority leader seat, and the member for Laikipia took the whip's seat. Now I'm used to sitting with gentlemen here, and the two gracious ladies have given me very good company. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move the motion that further to the resolution of the House of Wednesday, 5th March 2025, appointing members to various committees, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175, this House further approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified hereunder. 1, on the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, the Honorable Chepkonyi Charity Kathambi, MP, to replace the Honorable Kuno Yakub Ado, MP, who appears twice in the approved list. 2 is the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife, Honorable Dr. Gishuki Edwin Mogo, MP, to replace the Honorable Wainaina Anthony Njoroge, MP. And 3, the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library, the Honorable Ahmed Shakil Shabir, CBS MP, to replace the Honorable Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi, CBS MP. Honorable Speaker, these are just corrections. Members will note in yesterday's order paper, some of these members appeared twice in some of the committees, so we are just moving them because it was a typographical error that we are correcting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move and request the Leader of Minority to second.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to second. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was away when the list was tabled here, which was passed. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the members who have been nominated to different committees. Mr. Speaker, committee membership will keep on changing because there are many factors that come into place, attendance and other issues, experience, as the way Honorable Osoro said yesterday. So I want to bear with members. Even now I'm seated next to a member who wants to be changed from one committee to another. And I'm pleading with her that stay in that committee for 1 month, then if you're not comfortable, we shall see. So Mr. Speaker, this is an ongoing exercise, as the majority has said. After the election of the chairs and the vice chairs, there are members who will leave those seats because chairs are only allowed to sit in the committee they are chairing. After that, again, there will be another review, and we will see. And then we will realign again and bring another list back to the House so that now we do it conclusively until the election time. But I saw a member yesterday who was saying he cannot be replaced here. It's unprocedural. Mr. Speaker, it is the prerogative of the leadership, and especially the whip, to place members in committees. There is no committee that you come with from your house here. You come here when you have no committee, and you wait to be placed in a committee. And you can be discharged anytime from any committee. You can be de-whipped anytime from a committee. You can be... The standing order says you should only be in one committee. Even the catering service is a committee of parliament. People who take care of our food, our tea, our mandasi. Why are people belittling that committee, Mr. Speaker? If you are placed in the catering service, like Honorable Jen Kihara, she's a mother, she should work there. She knows better than all of us what to do, Mr. Speaker. So we are taking that place the best of the best, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why do you want to cook food in your house and you don't want to do it in parliament? Why, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, it is the prerogative of the leadership and the whip to place you in a committee, to discharge you from a committee, and if your conduct becomes unbecoming, you will be de-whipped, Mr. Speaker. With those feedbacks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
You second.
Mr. Speaker, I second, yes.
Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 9, which is that further to the resolution of the House on Wednesday, 5th March 2025, appointing members to various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175, this House further approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified hereunder. 1, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, the Honorable Chepkwony Charity Kadhambi, MP, to replace the Honorable Kuno Yakub Ado, MP, who appears twice in the approved list. 2. The Honorable Dr. Gichuki Edwin Mugo, MP, to replace the Honorable Wainaina Anton Njoroge, MP. 3. The Honorable Ahmed Shakil Shabir, CBS MP, to replace the Honorable Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi, CBS MP. Put the question? Yes. I now put the question at order number 9, which is that further to the resolution of the House on Wednesday, 5th March 2025, appointing members to various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175, this House further approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified hereunder. 1. Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, the Honorable Chepkwony Charity Kadhambi, MP, to replace the Honorable Kuno Yakub Ado, MP, who appears twice in the approved list. Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife, the Honorable Dr. Gichuki Edwin Mugo, MP, to replace the Honorable Wainaina Anthony Njoroge, MP. Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library, the Honorable Ahmed Shakil Shabir, CBS MP, to replace the Honorable Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi, CBS MP. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence before we move to the next order, which is Committee of the Whole House. Honorable Speaker, as I indicated in the usual Thursday statement, we are considering one of the bills that we are considering is the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024, in Committee of the Whole House. Honorable Speaker, this bill was published in January of 2024. And we considered in second reading, debated, and after debate, the only thing that has been pending is a Committee of the Whole House. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to give a statement regarding misinformation and a disinformation campaign on this particular bill, which was perpetuated by one of the media houses, and I think many members have seen it. The Public Audit Amendment Bill of 2024. And you have seen in the media, and I think this was perpetuated by one of the media houses. I don't know whether it was a fake story or a real story, because what was initially circulated had the banner of one of the media houses, and consequently picked up by the media, alleging that the National Assembly has drafted a bill that is taking away the powers of the Auditor General, following the pronouncements that the Auditor General had done in her normal audit reports, which are before this House and before committees of this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when that happened, the usual characters on social media picked it up and spiraled it out of control, alleging very absurd things and very unconstitutional things that were being done by this bill. And I thought it was important that we set the record straight on the import of the Public Audit Amendment Bill of 2024, which, as I've said, was published in January of 2024, not January of 2025. Therefore, if anyone imagined, as they have been saying on social media, that this bill was targeting the Auditor General because of her recent report, it is very far from the truth. But it is this campaign of misinformation and disinformation, Honorable Speaker, that saw this House suffer immensely in terms of reputation and interference with our work that led up to the events of June 2025 because of a campaign, deliberate campaign of disinformation. Honorable Speaker, in this light, it is this light of sensationalized, inaccurate, false, misleading reports that the bill seeks to remove the Auditor General from office. And nothing could be further from the truth. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Auditor General, as we all know, is an independent constitutional office whose tenure and independence is well protected in our Constitution under Article 229 of our Constitution. And that is why even in my response on Twitter or on X, I told them there are certain unconstitutional things anyone cannot even fathom that can be done through an act of parliament like this. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Public Audit Cap 412B in order to align it with the Constitution following a declaration issued by the High Court in the case of Transparency International Kenya versus the Attorney General and two others of 2018, petition number 388 of 2016, the Transparency International Kenya case. That's sections 4.2, 8, 12, 17, 1, 18, 27, 40, 42, and 70 of the Public Audit Act, Cap 412B, are unconstitutional. And that is the court that ruled that. And therefore, all that this bill sought to do is to align, or rather to correct the unconstitutionality of what was found to have been unconstitutional in the bill that had been passed earlier in 2016 in the last parliament. In the Transparency International case, Transparency International TI Kenya, the petitioner filed a petition against the Attorney General and the Auditor General and the Africa Center for Open Governance, AFRICOG, as first and second interested parties respectively. The petitioner challenged constitutionality, the constitutional validity of sections 4, 2, 7, 1G, 9, 12, 14, 17, 18, 18 subsection 3, and the entire part 3. That is section 25, 26, 27, sections 40, 42, 68, 70, and 72 of the Public Audit Act, Cap 412B. Justice Chacha Mwita held that sections 4.2, 8, 12, 17, 1, 18, 27, 40, 42, and 70 of the Public Audit Act, Cap 412B, were inconsistent with and in contravention of the Constitution and were invalid. Honorable Speaker, this is the reason why we had this bill, so that we could align the Public Audit Act to the High Court declarations. I have looked at the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning's report that was tabled and its proposed amendments to the bill, and I have not seen anywhere of a proposal to remove the Auditor General as head of the National Audit Office. In any case, when the Auditor General, Honorable Speaker, appeared before the committee and she made representations before the Finance and National Planning Committee, she never indicated that the bill sought to remove her from her office. The committee report is publicly available and on the parliamentary website. And again, in my ex-post, I did indicate so that Kenyans may be appraised of accurate information regarding the business, either before the House or that is speculated to be before the House. Because I have also seen others speculating that there are bills touching on border borders in the National Assembly. And the bill that was proposed about border borders was proposed by the Senator for Kakamega in the Senate as a private member's bill. Honorable Speaker, it is my plea that in reporting business that is before the House, and it's my plea to our very good journalists in the Fourth Estate, when you are reporting business before the House, please report accurately, maintain the highest levels of journalism standards with accuracy, and refrain from having sensational stories that are only geared towards inciting members of the public or selling your otherwise slow-moving newspapers. Honorable Speaker, I want to end my statement there, but again, to appeal to everybody, including Kenyans, and inform them that any business that is before this House, whether it is a motion, whether it is a bill, it is publicly available on our website. And that bill on the website, at the back of each bill, it has the objects or the reasons behind, the reasoning behind the bill. So you do not need any journalist or anybody on social media to interpret things for you. Just read. And I believe our drafters, both in the National Assembly, in Senate, in the Attorney General's office, use very plain and simple language for any Kenyan to be able to read and understand. And I believe also, Honorable Speaker, I have seen some platforms where our bills are being translated in Swahili for those who are not able to read them in English. And therefore, there is no reason why people should be circulating false, inaccurate, misleading, and insightful statements purporting that anybody wants to remove the Auditor General. And I say that with immense respect to the Auditor General and the Office of the Comptroller of Budget, Honorable Speaker. As much as I saw yesterday, MCAs from Nairobi are now demonstrating outside the office of the Comptroller General, Comptroller of the Budget. And Honorable Speaker, if I could also, in closing, implore on these independent offices, Honorable Speaker, when I saw what the MCAs for Nairobi County were doing, it is something I know, and you know, I am the last person to speak for governors, Honorable Speaker. But the Office of the Comptroller of Budget needs to style up. Ask any governor in this country, they have to go through hell to get their monies approved for use in their counties by the Office of the Comptroller of Budget. And many will tell you, without parting with money, without paying bribes to officers in that office, governors never get justice. And I say this, Honorable Speaker, because the other houses are the ones who should be speaking about this issue. But because I saw it in the media that MCAs now have taken it upon themselves, the MCAs from Nairobi County, to go and demonstrate or seek for justice, especially around money that should be going to their constituents in their wards, and they can't get approvals, Honorable Speaker. And it's not just Nairobi County. Across the country, governors and county governments are suffering because of inefficiencies and corruption in the Office of the Comptroller of Budget. But because they're independent offices, they imagine if anyone speaks about them, the whole world will come crumbling down, saying, oh, you're attacking independent offices. Their independence can never go without being checked, and it is only Parliament that can check these independent offices, and even the Office of the Auditor General, Honorable Speaker. The Auditor General reports to Parliament. That is why her reports are sent to the National Assembly and the Senate for those that relate to counties, for them to offer an opportunity to the MDAs, the ministries, departments, and agencies of government to appear before our oversight committees and answer to all the issues that the Auditor General has raised. And therefore, when again people pick sensational issues that are in the Auditor General's report without paying any attention to the responses by the management of the MDAs, Honorable Speaker, then we run the risk of sensationalizing everything about the running of public offices in this country. And therefore, we must call for accountability even in these offices, Honorable Speaker. And I want to take the opportunity, even as we correct the misinformation, to call for accountability even within our independent constitutional office like that of the Comptroller of Budget. And I have said it, Honorable Speaker, and I am certain if our governors had the forum like I have here, they will tell you they are suffering. Speak to any governor, they will tell you they have to bribe officers in that Office of the Comptroller of Budget to get their expenditures approved. And that's why you've seen MCAs really crying out on behalf of the people that they represent. Because MCAs are people's representatives like members of Parliament. They represent constituents who are waiting for drugs to get to hospitals in their wards. Children who are waiting for bursaries. As much as, again, I hear there was something else to do with bursaries coming from the counties, Honorable Speaker. But we must speak for these people, because if we do not, Honorable Speaker, it then becomes fashionable in our sport to just talk about the sensational reporting that is out there, but nobody is holding to account these independent officers. But that is our mandate, and we must do it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Janet.
Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice to what the majority leader has raised, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter of the audit, the bill, has been sensationalized, Mr. Speaker, so much in the country, to the extent that they were saying the majority leader has tabled a bill in Parliament to remove the Auditor General from office, Mr. Speaker. And I was shocked, because I'm a member of this House, and I have never seen a bill of that type, Mr. Speaker. And what even shocked me more is that the story was carried by a highly reputable newspaper, media house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is happening nowadays in our country in the sphere of media, Mr. Speaker, is shocking. Nowadays you'll wake up to headlines that saying, stupid man, useless man. Mr. Speaker, what kind of media is that? Where is the Media Council of Kenya that's supposed to regulate the media? Where is, if people are grieved on what media is doing, where do you complain to, Mr. Speaker? And there are no apologies. They will move on. They can write anything today, tomorrow they will write another one, Mr. Speaker, and nothing happens. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, but the main issue I wanted to bring to the attention of the House, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General reports to the National Assembly in terms of expenditure of government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been a member of the Public Accounts Committee in the last 2 parliaments. Auditing of government expenditure did not start today or yesterday, Mr. Speaker. There is a procedure that is followed whenever auditing is done, Mr. Speaker, and the law is very clear. I want to bring to the attention of the House that Article 226 of the Constitution, as read with the Public Audit Act 412B, Mr. Speaker, provides for the procedure of auditing, Mr. Speaker, which requires that the Auditor General engages the public servants who are in the public offices, audits them, and reports to Parliament. Parliament is now supposed to verify whether the audit report is correct or not correct. Until that is done, Mr. Speaker, and a report is tabled before the Assembly of the House, before the plenary of the House, Mr. Speaker, that audit is not confirmed, Mr. Speaker. Those issues raised in that audit report. You will see now the Auditor General reports on a matter before it is verified, before it is certified. It is all over the country saying that so-and-so has stolen this, so-and-so has, this kind of money has been lost, and to the extent of inviting the Auditor General to appear before you, and she confirms that this is what she has found. But she has not told that committee that the matter has not yet been verified by the Committee of the House, Mr. Speaker, because the Committee of the House is the arbiter on that matter. The public servant who has been accused of malpractice and the Auditor General, who is the prosecutor, appear before the Committee of the House, and everyone brings his or her documents before the Committee of the House. Unless we have changed our rules, unless we have changed our laws on auditing, Mr. Speaker, that is the position as far as I'm concerned. Now, Mr. Speaker, any audit report is a confirmed report before it is audited, before it is brought before the House. Mr. Speaker, that culture will lead to anarchy. That culture will lead to people's names being destroyed, Mr. Speaker, without any recourse. Mr. Speaker, why the civil servants are being given an opportunity to explain what the Auditor General has reported is because they might have been delayed in submission of documents, there have been misinformation, could have been misinformation, they could have been misreporting. All that needs to be looked at. But if the Auditor General's word is final, then why report to Parliament then? Why can't the auditor do the report and publish it, and that should be the end of the story? That is not what the law says. And we must be people who are guided by the Constitution and the law. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans nowadays are asking themselves whether these independent offices that they gave themselves unto through the new Constitution is really serving them. Look at the controller of budget, Mr. Speaker. County government, you know, the controller of budget, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to check whether the expenditures that are being incurred by the county government and the national government are in tandem with the budget that has been approved by Parliament, period. But now, every county government must seek the approval of the controller of budget for any expenditure. If they want to build a dam, he must go to the controller of budget and ask her, can I build this dam or not? Then there is a lot of corruption. The other day, the controller of budget reported that the government, the national government, spent 1.3 trillion manually without passing through our office, Mr. Speaker. And he said that money was supposed to be spent electronically. Mr. Speaker, who is this mad person who knows that Parliament is going to audit them, Parliament is going to hold them accountable, and you can spend public funds which are not budgeted for? Mr. Speaker, the corruption in the controller of budget office must end. Devolution is suffering. Governors are suffering. Governors are unable to perform. Governors cannot access monies that have been appropriated for them, Mr. Speaker, because of the office of the controller of budget, Mr. Speaker. And it has been the norm And the controller of budget has refused to take any action. She has been summoned to the Senate. She has been summoned to the National Assembly. Governors have gone to see her. The Council of Governors have gone to plead with her that devolution is suffering. There is corruption in her. For every approval, you must part with something. Governors are saying openly everywhere that for us to get approval from the Controller of Budget's office, we must give some money. Mr. Speaker, under this era, where the country is facing problems and devolution is almost on its deathbed, but money has been given and the Controller of Budget is stifling it, Mr. Speaker, it is up to this House now to rise to the occasion and take action. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I conclude.
David, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to
take 2 minutes.
Yes, I'll take 2 minutes. I just want to follow up on the issue that has been said by the majority leader and the minority leader in regards to the media. We can see that there is indiscipline in the fourth estate, and we have allowed that indiscipline because there are no consequences for misreporting and misinformation at all. We must begin to put pressure on them. One, if those who are within the Bunge grounds, who are accredited to report here in Bunge, misreport, then the accreditation must be taken. And not just the individual accreditation, that of their media house. It's as simple as that. Because they owe us a duty to report accurately, and that's why we allow them access to be here. But they cannot be here and continue to misreport. Also, we must ensure that there is legal consequences. Every time they misreport, if they misreport the Auditor General should sue them. If they misreport Parliament, we should be able to sue those media houses until they begin to know that we are not going to allow it. Or else, if we continue this way, the media houses will be in charge of destroying institutions, destroying individuals, and writing whatever we want. We cannot allow that. We must also make sure that we keep saying, no matter how many times, sending our complaints to the Media Council. And if the Media Council doesn't take action, then we can take them to account. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Makali Mulu, 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to be very brief, and I want to talk about the issue of the media and the House. While I hear my colleagues saying it should be the work of this House trying to tell the media not to report, I see it different, Honorable Speaker. Because we are the initiators of the bills, most of the bills come from the government side, others come from the members. Why don't we have a communication strategy whereby either the owner of the bill or the Parliament do in a very simplified manner communicate the objects of the bill? Because commenting on this issue of the audit bill, Honorable Speaker, procedurally, and you know it, Speaker, budget issues relating to the Auditor General come to the Budget Committee. And this is basically because the Auditor General should be an annex of this House. The work of the Auditor General is to help this House do proper oversight because they give us information. So that being the case, Honorable Speaker, I don't know at what point we decided that this bill should be looked at by the Finance Committee, which normally looks at issues of Treasury. Because from where I see, I might be misinformed, I'm not a lawyer, but I thought procedurally, we have, as a House, we have actually guarded. We have more, as a House, we have made sure that we don't expose the Auditor General to the interaction with the Treasury. And I think that is good for democracy and for purposes of our oversight role as House, Honorable Speaker. So even as we discuss this audit bill, for me, I think that the gap has always been because we might have not, as a House, communicated effectively what are the objectives of this bill. And I think the majority leader should have taken a bit of time to do that so that we don't allow Kenyans out there to comment on our bill which they don't understand. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
But Makali Mula, and the objects of the bill in the bill itself. Yes, Kimani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, misinformation starts with errors. Disinformation starts with agenda. When I looked at what the media reported on this particular bill, I could tell for a fact that was the agenda that they were trying to pursue. This bill, Honorable Speaker, in any case, it is giving more power and more authority to the Office of the Auditor General. The function of, for example, auditing human resource was not expressly provided for in the law. And therefore, these particular proposals are actually giving more power and more influence to the Office of the Auditor General. On the issue of this disinformation, Honourable Speaker, last week we held a meeting with the Controller of Budget on the issue of those manual and automatic payments. I was surprised on the headline to see on the Sunday Nation the following day. I wondered, was this the same meeting I was chairing? Because the issue of that particular discussion, how it was translated, it is like National Treasury went to Central Bank and withdrew 1.3 trillion shillings in cash. And that is what disinformation was meant to inform Kenyans. And what that would actually meant, National Treasury, for a very long time, National Treasury will process payments manually. There would be a lot of paperwork that the PS has to sign, taken to the control of budget manually for approvals. What now National Treasury has done is to come from manual to automatic approval of transactions. However, because debt payments are extremely many and they're payments that are made every time, some of these processes have not fully migrated into automation, Honourable Speaker. So what we should be doing is congratulating the Principal Secretary and the CS National Treasury for coming out from the manual systems to the automatic systems and encourage them that all those payments should all be boarded onto automatic system, Honourable Speaker. But the disinformation is an agenda and you must call them out because...
Honourable members, I think we'll end up there. It is important to point out to our compatriots in the media that we expect and require you to report factually, accurately, because these are not abstract issues. Bills are published, they are in print, they are posted on the parliamentary web, and you can also get hard copies from the government printer and from the House of Parliament itself. And we have said, following the President's set in the impeachment proceedings, that we will also be posting bills to offices of members of Parliament at the constituency and the county level for women reps, for members of the public to access these bills, those who want to read, understand, and they are free to critique without sensation, without disinforming. And for avoidance of doubt, honourable members, the Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya is appointed under Article 229 and can only be removed from office under Article 251 and not in any other manner. The Speaker of this House will not approve any bill that is brought to this House to purport to remove the Auditor General, because the process of removing the Attorney General from office is provided for in the Constitution. And we encourage the media, where they are not able to comprehend any matter before the House, to feel free to reach out to the office of the leadership of the House, the majority leader, the minority leader, the Speaker's office, the clerk's office, and any other office that they can access for clarity on matters that concern the public. I think we can leave it there. Honourable members, I've got two short communications. In the public gallery of the House, we have Namanga Secondary School from Mathioya in Muranga. On my behalf and on your behalf, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Secondly, honourable members, there's a corrigendum on the stay of consideration of the Kenya Sign Language Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024. Yesterday, honourable members, you recall that during the afternoon sitting, I guided the House on the stay of consideration of the Kenya Sign Language Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024. The bill is sponsored by the Honorable Umulkhair Harun Mohammed, MP nominated. Honorable members, in the communication I indicated that the bill has Similar proposals as those contained in the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, co-sponsored by Senator Crystal Asiga MP and the Minority Whip, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona CBS MP, which is also before the House. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to clarify that the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, is co-sponsored by Senator Crystal Asiga MP and is to be co-sponsored by the nominated member, the Honorable Umulher Harun MP in the National Assembly, given that the bills were identical and Honorable Umulher had sponsored the bill in this House. We are accordingly guided. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Members, will you be upstanding? Oh, hold on. Sorry, I had given Timothy Kiprotich an opportunity to raise a point of order, and as a matter of interest, it is directed at both majority and minority leaders. Timothy, go ahead for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will pray for extension of time. Honorable Speaker, I pray for 5 minutes to raise a certain matter, Honorable Speaker, on a certain constitutional matter regarding the reconstitution of committees by this House. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 1, as read with Standing Order 173, regarding the reconstitution of committees by this Honorable House. Honorable Speaker, this House consists of members from the majority party, from the minority, but Honorable Speaker, we also have independents, members who are elected on an independent ticket to this Honorable House. Honorable Speaker, independent members of Parliament are elected pursuant to Article 85 and Article 99 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, further, Article 103(e)(2) provides that the office of MP becomes vacant if an independent member joins a political party. Honorable Speaker, further, Standing Order 259(b) establishes the caucus of independent members as a coordination and advocacy platform to safeguard the interests of independent members of this House. Honorable Speaker, cognizant of the fact that independent caucus selected one of their members to sit in the committee of selection in order to protect, defend, and uphold the interests of the independent members of this House. Honorable Speaker, independent members are nominated to committee through the Committee on Selection as per Standing Order 173, which provides that the independent caucus of members of Parliament, which has been formally been recognized by this House, to submit names of their preferred committees. Honorable Speaker, concerned that the majority whip, in particular, has jurisdiction over members of the majority party and does not have authority on or jurisdiction over independent members who are not bound by the party's disciplinary or attendance guidelines. Honorable Speaker, acknowledging the importance of fair representation in committee assignments and the autonomy of independent members in the governance of parliamentary business, Honorable Speaker, in your direction issued yesterday, you ruled that what was before the House was reconstitution of committees rather than discharge of members. But Honorable Speaker, be that as it may, can House committees be reconstituted without taking into account the interests of the names submitted by the caucus of independent members of Parliament? Honorable Speaker, I seek your ruling on the two following issues. One, whether in the process of reconstituting committees, the majority whip can remove or reassign independent members of Parliament without consulting them or the caucus of independent members of Parliament. Number two, Honorable Speaker, whether such reallocation or reassignment or reconstitution would violate the role of the Committee on Selection as outlined in Standing Order 73 and the principle of fair representation in committees. Honorable Speaker, if you give me 1 minute to explain. Honorable Speaker, we have 12 members of Parliament elected on an independent ticket to this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I'm one of them. I'm here not because of a political party, but I was brought here directly by the people of Marakwet West. Honorable Speaker, the practice in this House, when the first committees were nominated, was that we sat down, we formed a caucus. The caucus was formally recognized by yourself, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we sat down, we nominated members, our members to serve, to select committees in which they want to serve in. Honorable Speaker, we have one member, one independent member, Honorable Karole Ngeleche, who sits in the Committee of Selection of this House to protect the interest of the independents in this House. Honorable Speaker, I am not under the guidance or the leadership of Honorable Kimani Chungwa, who is the leader of majority, because Honorable Speaker, he is not my leader in this House. I am an independent member. I am not under the guidance or the supervision of Honorable Kimani Chungwa. I am not under the guidance or supervision of the majority whip of this House, nor the minority whip. Honorable Speaker, therefore, I have no issue. I have been removed from the committee. I have no issue. But for posterity, Honorable Speaker, it is good you issue a ruling to protect the independent members of this House who are elected from their constituencies to serve the interests of their people before the floor of this House. Honorable Speaker, I would invite your ruling on those two fundamental issues so that the interests of independent members of this House are not subverted. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I've been in this Parliament since the new Constitution came into place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it looks like the hangover of the old ways, the hangover of the old Constitution has refused to go away from this country. Mr. Speaker, you've been a member of Parliament for long. You remember the previous parliaments where you served before the new Constitution, Mr. Speaker. The whips used to constitute committees, send it to the Speaker for approval, and it ends there. Under the new Constitution, Mr. Speaker, a standing committee was formed called Selection Committee that deals with issues of placement in committees. And whatever proposal that the leadership of minority, majority, independents, and all kind of caucuses that are in this House are looked into in that committee, Mr. Speaker. That committee has representation from all sectors. It has representation from the majority. It has representation from the minority. It has representation from the independents, the so-called court-in-court. It has representation from small parties, non-parliamentary parties. It has representation from, Mr. Speaker, all shades of representation in the House. What we bring before that committee that is chaired by the majority leader is proposals from different sectors. We bring proposals from the minority that, please, we are bringing proposals from the minority that this is how we want to constitute our committees. The majority brings, the independents have a voice there. It is that committee that makes a decision, Mr. Speaker, that go back and redo this, or we are in agreement, and if there is even a stalemate, people vote, Mr. Speaker, in that committee. But Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say, under this new constitution, the whole idea of independence needs to be relooked into, Mr. Speaker, in this country. How independent are independents in this House? We know when they come here, they align with who? These are the same independents, even though even now it is broad-based, after the new election, they joined the other side. Some of us were with us. They left us at night, not even during the day. I called them, I told them, where have you gone? They told me we are in Karen. Karen where? Where the new president is. Oh, I told them, we shall meet later. So we need to exercise, we need to look into this matter of independence generally, Mr. Speaker. You cannot be independent when you want committees, but when there are serious fundamental issues of the country, you are not independent. You are either with the minority or you are with the majority, Mr. Speaker. The independence on our side here, like Fatuma Full Network, the woman rep for Migori, by all intent and purposes, she's an ODM member. She votes with us. She comes to our parliamentary group meeting. Shakil Shabir is independent. By all intent and purposes, he's an ODM member, Mr. Speaker. So just say your member did not get the lucrative committees that members are looking for. Either budget committee, transport committee, and everybody cannot get. But the whole issue of independence, Mr. Speaker, in your ruling, my plea to you now in your ruling is that go broader, Mr. Speaker, and look at the whole issue of independence. How independent are they, Mr. Speaker? With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't buttress what has already been said by the Leader of Minority, because indeed it is true that under the current dispensation, the political parties, both parliamentary and non-parliamentary political parties, in line with our standing orders, are represented in the Selections Committee, which I happen to chair. And decisions of that committee are not decisions of the chair, are decisions, as the Leader of Minority have said, decisions of the committee. By consensus, and where there is no consensus, we vote. And it is also true, Honorable Speaker, in line with our own standing orders, the independents in the House, and I don't want to question the independents myself, but the independents in the House are accorded an opportunity to sit in that Selections Committee. And indeed, when I listen to Honorable Timothy Toroitich, the issue he's raising is coached around a constitutional issue, but it's more of a complaint of his relegation to another committee from the one he was serving in. But I can confirm, because we sat in that committee on Monday evening, the Honorable Timothy Toroitich, the committee he was in, he has been replaced by another independent member. Not a member from the majority or from the minority. It is another independent member who has taken his position. And in line with the proposals that we got before the committee, Honorable Speaker, from the representation of the independents in the Selections Committee. To Honorable Speaker, I engaged Honorable Ngelechei and Honorable Karauri, who lead that caucus of independents. And when they appeared before the Honorable Ngelechei as a representative of the Independents in the Selections Committee, submitted their list. Honorable Speaker, as expected, every other member in this House wants to be a member of the Budget Committee, Transport, Energy, Education, Water and Irrigation. But it is not practical. And that is why what Honorable Junet says is true. The intent of the Constitution and our standing orders was to establish a Selections Committee that would then guide the House to settle members in committees, because it was expected that if what Timothy Toroitich says is true, or was to be true, that if a particular grouping brings their list before the Selections Committee, expressing their desire, what if all independents, we had 20 or 30 independent members, and they all express the desire to sit in the Budget Committee? Shall we have a Budget Committee where only independent members sit? Or for instance, now I think there are about 11 or 12 of them. If they all wanted to sit in the Transport Committee, would it mean then that that is the only committee they will all sit in? That was the import of our Constitution and our standing orders, that there will be established a Selections Committee that, like all other business of the House, the committee will guide in terms of settling and agreeing through consensus, and where there is no consensus, by a vote, which member sits in which committee, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I think, by and large, when I listen to Honorable Toroitich, I have heard his disgruntlement and a complaint on the committee that he has been settled on by the Selections Committee. But I want to encourage the Honorable Member for Marakwet West. Focus more on serving the people of Marakwet West. And there are members who have served in this House and not served in any committee of the House. But they have done exemplary well in the Assembly, in plenary, and in their constituencies in addressing matters that are of concern to the people that sent them to represent them. Otherwise, if you focus on disgruntlement on whether you sit in this or that committee, as I said yesterday, Honorable Speaker, we may not be able to satisfy everybody, and it's not practical to satisfy everybody in terms of their desires and needs as individuals. But let us use the opportunities that we are given to serve in whatever committee you are relegated to serve in, whether it is in Transport Committee, whether it is in the very powerful Members' Welfare Committee. That, Honorable Speaker, I said when in the last Parliament I served in the Members' Welfare Committee, I have never served in a more powerful committee of this House than the Members' Welfare Committee. This is a committee that oversees the Parliamentary Service Commission, where the Speaker is the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission. There is no other committee of this House that can oversight, Mr. Speaker, other than the Members' Welfare Committee. And I am very proud of my time as a member of the Members' Welfare Committee because, Honorable Speaker, you remember when you took over as chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, Bunge Tower had actually progressed in the last 2 years of the last regime because of the work that we put to make sure that we oversighted the Parliamentary Service Commission to ensure that members of Parliament who joined the 13th Assembly, and I must thank you, Honorable Speaker, because when you came in, you picked up from where the other commission had left and ensured that now members enjoy good facilities at Bunge Tower. And I want to ask the members who are joining the Members' Welfare Committee, keep the Speaker on his toes so that he can continue guiding the Parliamentary Service Commission to improve your welfare as members of Parliament. And that's why I say it is one of the most powerful committees of this House, Honorable Speaker. I was just engaging with my brother, Honorable Nimrod Mbai. I was telling him the Public Petitions Committee again, when we crafted this committee in the last Parliament, it is bound to be one of the best committees of this House. But let me say, these committees are as good as the leadership and as the membership. It is up to you, whichever committee you are put in, to make the best out of it, and also in the service to your constituents. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Milemba, I'll give you 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As you'll be making your ruling, it is very important that you listen to the voice of the Honorable Member who spoke without the committee or the committee notwithstanding. Because in the original, an analogy was very clear that the independent members need to be protected. Though in the end, as I listened to him, he failed to explain whether the representative of the independent members were in the selection committee that did the work. Somewhat, that's what he did not pronounce himself on. So that's an important place you'll have to check, so that as we protect their section, indeed, notwithstanding the committee that he has been given, it's important that continuously their place is protected. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Members. Honorable Timothy, I don't need to go and think deeply on this. It's a very straightforward matter. For independent members, the standing orders, you've rightly said, have given you an opportunity to form a caucus, which can help you in prosecuting your interests at various levels in your performance of your duty. Number two, the Speaker ensured by advising the majority-minority leaders as independents from your caucus on the selections committee, which you are, by none other than the distinguished lady from your own county, your county representative, Honorable Caroline Ngelechei. So you are not unrepresented. Number three, the standing orders are very clear, 174, that no member, and I repeat, no member, each member of this House must serve in one committee. From the reconstitution of committees that was brought to the House Business Committee chaired by the Speaker and sitting members from both sides of the House, I was satisfied that there is not a single member of this House who has, each member out of all of you has a committee, at least one. As to quality of committees, that is not for the Speaker. I don't even know what quality in a committee means. What I know is that we have committees of the House. In the standing orders that I participated with Julius Sunguli, the late Godana, former member from Nakuru called Bishop Kimani, the late Henry Obocha, we wrote these standing orders. Before then, this House had only 4 committees: public accounts, public investments, house business, and powers and privileges. There were no other committees. We created committees to make the House work better. So what I advise you, Honorable Kipchumba, go back to your representative in the selections committee. You heard Honorable Junaid say this is a moving target. Committees are dynamic in membership. You are there today, tomorrow you are moved to some other committee, subject, of course, to procedural issues being adhered to. So I don't see any issue for me to retreat and bring a ruling. It's as straightforward as that. Number 3, I want also to advise you as a young member. Your prowess in your representation, debate, and legislation is not hinged on which committee you sit in. It has many variables. For over 30 years, I have been in Parliament. There is not a single parliamentary session that I served in more than one committee. By choice. Every time I was given more than one committee, I declined. I served only one committee at a time. For over 30 years, I have never chaired a parliamentary committee. The only time I now chair a committee is by virtue of the office I hold. That is House Business Committee. I have never presented myself to be elected as a chair or vice chair of any committee, because I was always guided by the belief that being a chair of a committee is cumbersome and was going to withhold my capacity to think, to debate, to work, and to represent my people. So I kept off from chairing any committee. But that Honorable Bukose holds a different view. That is entirely up to you. So Honorable Kipchumba, as you navigate in your first term, try your best to establish good PR with your colleagues, especially those you send to sit in those committees, so that they can represent you better, represent your interests, agitate for your interests, vote for your interests, and give you what you want. The Speaker has no capacity to place any member in any committee. He only has capacity to ensure that you cannot be committeeless. I think that helps you, Timothy, going forward. And in future, that is how we shall operate. Allow me to acknowledge Sacho High School from Baringo Central, Baringo County, who are in the public gallery. I welcome them to the House of Parliament on my behalf and your behalf. Pardon? I have welcomed them on your behalf, Honorable Kandia. And I'm sure you will go out there to engage them after this. Next order. Oh, sorry, Jared Okello, what is it? Take 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, there is this thing that is now becoming my pet project, inadvertently though. You have ordered more than 4 times for a report that feeds into hardship areas in this country.
The classification of hardship areas.
Of hardship areas. Four
Yes.
times you have asked the majority leadership to avail the report here. In fact, last week when you were giving what I would call the final directive, the majority leader himself did talk about the imbalances in his own constituency, where he averred that one particular location has one sub-location that is hardship, and the rest of the locations is
That
the
is
same.
enough. You have made that point many times.
Yes.
Majority Leader, when is the report?
Honorable Speaker, allow me to do that when we resume from the short recess.
That is after 3 weeks.
Yes.
Jared, you will hold your horses until after 3 weeks. Honorable members, can you call out the next order?
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, will you be upstanding?
Order, members. Those who wish to participate in the Committee of the Whole House may get seated. We are going to start with the County Government's Revenue Raising Process Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023.
Clauses 3, 4, 5. Clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
I propose a question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. We have an amendment. The Honorable Irene Nyakerario Mayaka. Yes, Majority Leader, you may proceed.
Honorable Chair, allow me to move this amendment on behalf of Honorable Irene Mayaka, who went for the Kisii consultative meeting with the former Prime Minister. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be amended as is on the order paper. And the import of this amendment, Honorable Speaker, by Honorable Irene Mayaka, is to include under paragraph F, after E, paragraph F, to include the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and under G, the Principal Secretary of the State Department for the time being responsible for matters related to ICT and digital economy, or a representative designated in writing. Honorable Speaker, this relates to the establishment of the Interagency Transition Committee to review taxes, charges, and fees imposed by any county before the enactment of the Act. And the committee had consisted of the National Treasury, a Commission on Revenue Allocation, Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, the Council of Governors, KRA, and the Honorable Irene Mayaka now proposes to add the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, which I agree with Honorable Speaker, because they are the people who engage almost on a day-to-day basis with traders, and they will add value to that committee. Also, the Principal Secretary in charge of ICT and digital economy, because they will help in reviewing the systems for payment, especially on digital platforms, to be included in this committee, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to move.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I propose the question that Clause 8 be amended as proposed by the Majority Leader on behalf of the Honorable Irene Mayaka. I don't see any interest in this, so I'll go ahead and put the question. I now put the question that Clause 8 be amended as proposed by the Majority Leader on behalf of the Honorable Irene Mayaka. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 9, 10, and 11.
I propose the question that Clause 9, 10, and 11 be part of the bill, and there be no amendments. I propose the question that Clauses 9, 10, and 11 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that Clause 2 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that Clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Honorable members, will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. No amendment. So I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that Clause 1 be part of the bill, and there be no amendment. I put the question that Clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, as you may realize, we have finished the first bill, and I would like to call upon the mover to move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the county government revenue raising, county government revenue raising process bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023, and its approval thereof with that one amendment.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the county government's revenue raising process bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023, and its approval with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we are now going to go to the next bill, which is the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024, by the Majority Leader.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I put the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 4 and 5.
I propose the question that Clauses 4 and 5 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question. Order member for Order, Honorable Beatrice Elachi. Okay, let us proceed. We'll go back to Clauses 4 and 5.
Clauses 4 and 5.
I propose the question that Clauses 4 and 5 be part of the bill. There be no amendments. I put the question that Clauses 4 and 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that Clause 6 be part of the bill. And there is an amendment, Majority Leader.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 6 be amended as per the order paper, that clause 6 be amended in the proposed new section 8.1 by inserting the following new paragraph immediately to paragraph F. FA, conduct and prepare audits on human resource in the public service. Honorable Chair, this proposed amendment is seeking to provide for an additional function to the Auditor General to conduct and prepare audits and on human resource in the public offices. This will ensure compliance with constitutional provisions on values, saying that this actually bill is enriching more the functions of the Auditor General. In addition, especially at the time when we're looking for inclusion of minorities, of young people, and even people with disabilities, now the Auditor General will be required to submit an audit on human resource and see an audit these entities to make sure they are compliant on this particular matters, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair Finance. Any interest in this? Yes, the Honorable Makali Molu. Please, if you're interested, go to the intervention button. Honorable Makali Molu, member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, this is a very important amendment, and I really want to support it. Because all along, the Auditor General has been so keen on financial performance of institutions. And you remember, in this House, we have a Committee on National Cohesion, which is supposed to ensure that all regions in this country are factored in matters human resource. At the same time, Honorable Chairperson, there was also the issue of Honorable Kaunya at one point that actually a bill which was proposing we have a parallel audit office looking at the matters of human resource only or stand alone. So the idea of bringing it now under the Auditor General is a very good idea, and I support. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Dr. Nikal, member for Seme.
Thank you, Chair. I also rise to support this amendment. Madam Chair, the function, any function really, if you have resources, money may be important, but human resource is probably the most important. And in this country, as the previous honorable member said, there's a lot of issues of how the distribution of human resource, even the handling of human resource. But the bigger one we've had is the issue of ghost workers, because nobody actually audits how human resource is deployed, and therefore you end up with a lot of human resource, but perhaps we're doing nothing, and therefore we come with the issue of ghost workers. I support this amendment.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question. I now propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance. I now put the question, honorable members, that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7, 8, and 9.
I propose the question that clause 7, 8, and 9 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that clause 7, 8, and 9 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. We have an amendment. Chair Finance.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 10 be amended as per the order paper. That clause 10 of the bill be amended A in paragraph A by inserting the word senior immediately after the words shall be are, and B by deleting paragraph B. Honorable Chair, this clause had sought to provide for a Deputy Auditor General without taking into consideration the existing structure in the office of the Auditor General, where there are 7 deputies. The position of Senior Deputy Auditor General that currently obtains in the Act is therefore practicable. So, Honorable Chair, now that we have already existing structures within the office of the Auditor General, it was important that these amendments be in line with the existing structures, so that we do not pass a law here that that's going to jeopardize the existence of on the current structures in the office of the Auditor General.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable members, I now propose the question that Clause 10 be amended as proposed by the Chairman Finance. I don't see any interest in this, so I go ahead and put the question that Clause 10 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 10 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I propose the question that Clause 11 be part of the bill, and we have an amendment. Chair Finance.
I propose, Honorable Chair, that Clause 11 be amended as per the order paper in paragraph A1 by deleting the words the Deputy Auditor General and substituting the words, and substituting therefore with the words the Senior Deputy Auditor General. This is for the same reason I explained as at 10. It is important that this law becomes in tandem with what the existing structures that exist at the Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable members, I propose the question that Clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Chairman Finance. Yes, Honorable Dr. Makali Molu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, even as I support this amendment, I think it's important that we not only consider the existing structure in the Office of the Auditor General, but it would also be important to consider also best practice. Because this is not a standalone office. There are other offices in other countries. I would want to hear whether the chairman, other than considering the existing structure, has also considered what happens in terms of best practice in other countries. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chairman, would you like to make a comment on this?
So, Honorable Chair, I would like to confirm that the amendments that we are seeking has been in very long consultations and checking on matters of best practice and how the best offices of the Auditor General across the world are structured. And therefore, the amendment is not just to be in tandem with the existing structures, but also in line with best practice.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Makali. Thank you, Chairman. I now put the question that Clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Chairman Finance. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16.
I propose the question that Clauses 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that Clause 12 to 16 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I propose the question that Clause 17 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Clause 17 be amended as per the order paper by deleting paragraph D, paragraph E, and inserting and by inserting the new paragraph into paragraph C, one, a nominee of the Institute of Human Resource Management, a nominee of the Institute of Internal Auditors of Kenya. Honorable Chair, Clause 17 of the bill, it was seeking to provide for the Audit Advisory Board. So what we found interesting was this clause that we are deleting, like D, was providing for the chairperson of the Budget and Operations Committee of the National Assembly being part of the advisory board. And E, two representatives from Parliament, one from National Assembly, and one from the Senate from the committees in charge of public finance and audit. So we found this to be quite intriguing, and that's why during public participation, we are now recommending in our report and bringing this amendment on the floor to delete these provisions, because we cannot have the Constitution is clear on the separation of power between the executive and Parliament.
And therefore, we felt that having membership of members of this House and of the Senate in the advisory board would really affect the independence of Parliament and that office of the Auditor General, and is not also in line with best practice and even on our constitution on the matter of separation of power. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the chairman, and I do not see any interest. There is the Honorable Dr. Nyikal. Proceed.
Speaker, actually I rise to support this in the simple reason that actually this will be a huge conflict of interest. You cannot sit there and be in the advisory committee and then the report of that audit then comes to you, comes to the members of the parliament to look through. Having participated there, I support.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyikal. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the chairman, finance. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 17 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill, and there be no amendment. I put the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause... Yes, this one as an amendment. Chair, Finance.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 19 be amended in paragraph B of the proposed section 27 by inserting the word strategic planning immediately after the word management. This is providing for additional function that has arising from the proposed additional function arises because budgeting and human resource management and development functions are contained and derived from a strategic plan.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the Chair, Finance. I'll go ahead and put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the Chair, Finance. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 19 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 20 to 30 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that clause 20 to 30 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40.
Thank you, honorable members. I put the question that clause 31 to 40 be part of the bill, and there be no amendment. I put the question that clause 31 to 40 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, and 46.
I propose the question that clause 41 to 46 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that clause 41 to 46 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses, new clause 6A.
Honorable members, I propose the question that new clause 6A be read a second time. Proceed, Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 6A be now read a second time. The Principal Act 6A is being amended to provide the Principal Act is amended by inserting the following new section immediately after Section 8. There is established a directorate in the Office of the Auditor General to be known as the Public Service Human Resource Audit Directorate. The head of the Public Service Human Resource Audit Directorate shall be competitively recruited and appointed by the Auditor General, and the Public Service Human Resource Audit Directorate shall be responsible for conducting and preparing audits on human resource in the public service. This amendment is seeking to establish the Public Service Human Resource Audit Directorate within the Office of the Auditor General to conduct and prepare human resource audits of offices in public services. This will ensure compliance with the constitutional provisions on values as established by our Constitution relating to treatment of minorities, gender, youth, people with disabilities, and ethnic and regional minorities. This proposed amendment is seeking to address the challenge by ensuring that regular audits are undertaken to ascertain compliance by institutions. So we're not just putting an additional function that I explained earlier, but we are establishing a directorate that with a head that now will be in charge of that particular audit, making sure that every Kenyan has a chance to work in public offices, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I see Honorable Dr. Makali, you want to say something on this? Before the Honorable Dr. Makali, I now propose the question that clause 6A be now read a second time. Honorable Dr. Makali, you may proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, I really want to appreciate this new clause. The earlier amendment was to create a human resource function in this audit office. Now that we have created that function, it is important that we have a directorate which will carry out that function. And that's why this clause becomes very important, Honorable Chairperson. And Honorable Chair, basically, what will happen is now we are defining the functions of that directorate. And it's important when I listen to the mover, giving the details, it is coming out very clearly that we have put into consideration the constitutional provisions in terms of ensuring that the minority, the disabled, and the marginalized groups in this country are part and parcel of our public service, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chairperson, this country has suffered a number of challenges because of the human resource function, where you realize that at times when we get these reports from the ministries, these be not independent reports coming to the House, I always suspect there could be manipulation just to not to give us the right picture or the clear picture of what is happening. So when this will now be done by the Auditor General as an office, we are sure that now we'll be getting the right and correct information for purposes of ensuring we make the right decisions. So I do support this new clause, Honorable Chairperson, and I really want to thank the Chair Committee of Finance for this important new clause. I submit.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I put the question that new clause 6A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now propose the question that new clause 6A be part of the bill. I will go ahead and put the question. Honorable members, I put the question that new clause 6A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I put the question that new clause 6A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 11A.
Honorable members, I propose the question that... Honorable members, I take that again. Honorable members, I now would like to call the mover to move second reading.
Clause?
Chairman, clause 11A.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 11A be now read a second time, that the bill is amended by inciting the following new clause immediately after clause 11, which is 11A. The principal act is amended by repealing section 12 of the act. Honorable Chair, this section 12 of the Public Audit Act was providing for having an Auditor General in an acting capacity. However, Honorable Chair, the case of Transparency International, TI versus the Attorney General and two others in 2018, petition number 388 of 2016, they found that particular clause to be unconstitutional. You cannot have someone in the office of the Auditor General serve in an acting capacity. And this, Honorable Chair, was envisioned in the event where, I think during the time of FCP OCO, or around that time, where the public service took a very long time before appointing a new Auditor General. And then the thinking then was maybe there is need to have someone act, in the absence of appointing in the absence of an Auditor General. But however, Honorable Chair, having listened to all the stakeholders, because the term of the Auditor General has a constitutional timeline, it is actually possible to predict when that time is coming to an end and start the recruitment process of an Auditor General on time, so that when the term of the serving officer, before it's ending, then a new Auditor General will be in place almost immediately. And therefore, that is why we are providing for repealing of this section 12.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I propose the question that new clause 11A be now read a second time. I do not see your interest through intervention. Honorable Dr. Nyikal, please proceed.
Madam Chair, I actually like to support this, but I would just probably inquire a little more from the mover. Does this apply to all independent constitutional officers? Because it does appear like that actually is the basis of what that case was all about. Just for my information, but I support the amendment.
Chair, you may respond to the Honorable Dr. Nyikal whether this is giving a transition.
I think if I got the question right by Dr. Nyikal, this particular provision only relates to the Auditor General, where now the current act, the current law was providing for having an Auditor General appointed in an acting capacity. And that is what, when these people, Transparency International, went to court, this is where now the High Court declared that to be unconstitutional. And therefore now what we're doing is now repealing that section 12 so that we do not have an Auditor General in an acting capacity. Because even when the Constitution created the office of the Auditor General, it was not envisioned that the dependence of such a great office would be someone appointed in an acting capacity.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, I now put the question that new clause 11A be now read a second time. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clause 11A be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that new clause 11A be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 12A.
Honorable members, I would like to call the mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 12A be now read a second time, that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 12, which is that 12A, the Principal Act is amended by repealing section 18 of this act. In the case that I referred to, Honorable Chair, the Transparency International versus Attorney General and two others, petition number 388 of 2016, the High Court held that section 18 of the Public Audit Act providing for secondment of officers was unconstitutional. The court had stated that secondment of staff and the terms of section 18 of the Public Audit Act would be improper, as it would lead to familiarity. It would undermine the independence of individual staff and interfere with the institutional independence. And therefore, the section was declared unconstitutional. So we're saying that because of the nature of the need for independence of the officers serving in the office of the Auditor General, it is important that such officers should not be on secondment, that they should be employed to serve under the office of the Auditor General and not seconded from other areas, Honorable Chair. And maybe to give an example, it's maybe to imagine an accountant, say, who has served for many years at National Treasury, being now seconded to Office of the Auditor General, there would be a general feel for other staff to feel that, are you loyal to the Office of the Auditor General or from where you came from? And therefore, there is now need to remove that secondment of officers to the Office of the Auditor General.
Yes, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, first. Honorable members, before we go to the Honorable Millie Mabona, let me propose a question. Honorable members, I propose the question which is that new clause 12A be now read a second time. Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to support that proposed amendment, and I want to say that I agree with the court. Chair, this is something that I've actually raised a lot of times before this House, and I brought many amendments in relation to secondments to independent institutions, but also the issue of in cases where in offices where we have vetted people, or where Parliament, they get parliamentary vetting, and then we provide in the law that those people can then second, or I'm trying to get the second word, I don't know which one. I'm always bringing an amendment, which is then bringing people through the back door in independent institutions. So I wish to support that amendment and agree with the court.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I also want to support this amendment, and more so on the basis of the independence of the Auditor General, where it is important that that separation of power is, this being a constitutional office, I think it's important that we get officers who are loyal to this institution. But also it is important also to note, Honorable Chair, that at times the Auditor General gets external resources persons in form of consultants for either short-term assignment. I would want to hear from the chairman whether that position is still obtained, or will it be doing away with that position where you could have a short-term consultancy, somebody coming on board to do just short-term assignment for the Auditor General and then disappear? Because as a budget committee, this is a matter we've been actually supporting, where the Auditor General may not have the right capacity, but that requires extra personnel who can be contracted on a short-term basis. I would like to hear whether that position is still obtains. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Before you respond to the Honorable Dr. Makali, I would like to give a chance to the Honorable Njeri Maina, member for Kirinyaga County.
Chair, thank you. I'd like to support that amendment because I think it is important to protect the integrity of the Office of the Auditor General. And what you find oftentimes with these secondments is that because sometimes you find that people actually find a way through the back door because they want to escape from their core mandate, perhaps in their main line of duty. So it is very important, but we also need to factor in where outsourcing is required. Then perhaps we need to be clear on what will happen in regard to that, because there might be a shortage of perhaps maybe any specific skilled advice that is required, that the Auditor General's office may not have the capacity to hire in-house support.
Thank you, Chairman. Finance, you may respond to Dr. Makali Mulu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, if you check, that's a very valid point raised by honorable members. If you check now in our next clause, I'll be moving a further amendment, a new clause 15A. And if you read on the bill, clause 15 is talking about the section 21 of the Act is amended in subsection 1. In the opening statement, by deleting the words a public body or any person employed in a public body and submitting therefore the words any entity or any person receiving or being funded from public funds, and 2, by deleting the words bodies and substituting therefore with the words entities. And then B, by deleting subsection 3, where the information required is from a private entity or person, the Auditor General may apply to the courts to obtain such information. Anyway, this clause 15 of the bill is providing for authority to the Office of the Auditor General to be able to outsource. Okay, so you'll find that in the next amendment, but maybe now that I can just discuss it here. But we are also further amending that and saying that this outsourcing must be done competitively. through the procurement laws, so that we don't also have the Office of General picking anybody to assist in the name of outsourcing.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put the question that new clause 12A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clause 12A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 12A be part, that new clause 12A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 15A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I propose that new clause 15A be now read a second time, that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 15. That is 15A, that section 23 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting the words competitively immediately after the words the Auditor General may. And this is why I was explaining, we are providing the Auditor General with the powers to outsource particular services that may not be available to the office of with the current human resource. But we are saying that where that outsourcing is done, it must be done competitively within our procurement laws.
Thank you, Chairman Finance. Honorable members, I propose the question that new clause 15A be now read a second time. Let me start with the Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Chair, I wish to state that I support and thank the Chairman of Finance Committee for bringing that amendment. Chair, I'm very glad that finally, it had to take the court to take us that direction. I'm always bringing amendments on this issue from a governance perspective, because one of the things I do in this house is to mainstream certain issues, what I call cross-cutting issues, which is governance, human rights, rule of law, gender, and issues of inclusion. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that I always include is just exactly the word that he says, competitively, because competitiveness makes it really conforms with governance standards. And the other one that I hope that he can be using more frequently is open. It's open and competitive. But also the fact that instead of actually the word I was looking for is co-opting, because what people do is also co-opt. Co-option in a body that is either independent or that has passed by parliament is actually bringing people through the back door. And so the only way that you can actually make sure that is done properly is by hiring consultants for a short time. That is acceptable in governance standards. And I'm hoping that going forward, I wish my majority leader was here so that he listens, because sometimes when I bring that, they think when you bring, Madam Chair, when you bring an amendment to say competitive, or bring an amendment to say open, people think, why are you bringing an amendment on two useless words? But open and competitive are very powerful words in governance. I support.
Thank you, Dr. Makali Molo.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I also want to support this amendment where we are bringing in the issue of competitive outsourcing. It is very important that we allow outsourcing in the Office of the Auditor General. Honorable Chairperson realized that at times, and more so when the Auditor General is conducting forensic audit, they may require some specialized expertise, which is not in-house. And at the same time, you realize that getting such expertise on a permanent basis becomes very tricky. So that when we allow this competitive outsourcing, the Auditor General can once in a while get such a specialized person coming on board, doing a short-term assignment, giving them the report, and then going back to their normal assignments. In that case, then we will be making this office more effective in terms of delivery. And the more effective this office is, the more effective the Parliament will be in terms of oversight through our watchdog committees. So I support, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. I guess, Dr. Nikal, your interest is not in this. Honorable members, I now put the question that new clause 15A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clause 15A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that new clause 15A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 29A.
Mover?
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 29A be now read a second time, that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 29, that is 29A. The Principal Act is amended by repealing section 40. So what section 40 of the Public Audit Act was providing for restriction of audit of national security organs. So what that law was saying is limiting the powers of the Auditor General to audit security organs. And again, the Transparency International versus Attorney General and two others, petition number 388, declare that particular section unconstitutional. And therefore, this is to enhance that, to make sure that no public funds in this country will be, let me say that again, every public fund in this country will be subject to audit by the Office of the Auditor General. Because now what the law was trying to do was protect particular entities from the scrutiny of the Office of the Auditor General. And you can imagine the danger to that, saying that particular funds of a particular budget, for the disguise that they are for security reasons, are not subject to audit by the Auditor General. So we're now repealing that section 40 through this new paragraph 29A by making sure that all public funds in the Republic of Kenya are subject to scrutiny by the Office of the Auditor General, including that of security organs.
Thank you. I propose the question that new clause 29A be now read a second time. Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really support this. I think this is a loophole. This is going to close a loophole that I believe, and many of us believe, has actually been used, where you can even get public funds actually being used even political purposes, and you can never know. I've sometimes wondered, when you see huge sums of money being spent by people who are close to government, and you wonder, how does this money leave government process? What procurement process will release this kind of money? And I've always thought, maybe wrongly, that this loophole like this can be used, and therefore to get this that now puts everybody to be audited, I think is a good, and I support it.
The Honorable John Gitonga, member for Manyata.
Thank you, Chair, and I also welcome this amendment in consideration of the significant amount of resources that goes to our security organs. And Speaker, such resources cannot go without audit queries, especially from the Auditor General. And this amendment is going to ensure that at least we don't have misuse of resources in the guise of being used in security. So I rise and I support this amendment.
Dr. Makali Molu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I want to say this amendment has made my day. It is an excellent amendment. You know, Honorable Chairperson, in this country, the money we appropriate for security sector is such a huge amount that for that amount to go unaudited, it doesn't make sense. I want to share experiences from some of the developed countries. During the 12th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, I was a member of the National and Administration Committee, the National Security and Administration Committee, and we had a chance to visit Israel. And what we discovered in Israel is that confidential vote and security vote are audited. But normally what happens, I wish the chair was listening to me, because I would be posing a question.
Actually, the chair is listening.
I think Kashir is engaging him very high. So I was saying, Honorable Chairperson, that I had a chance to visit Israel one time, and we had gone as a security committee. And we were looking at how do they handle their confidential vote and security budget. And what came out from that visit is that what they do every year, and I do hope you have factored that into your amendment, is that if it is out the generals you are proposing, there will be vetted officers who have been vetted by the system, the NIS and all that, to make sure that they can keep the level of confidentiality expected. So in that case, that once you get the vetted officers in the Auditor General's office, then those officers can access any information. Could it be military? Could it be confidential vote? And in that case, then those vetted officers will be able to come to the Public Accounts Committee not in an open session, and then report to the Public Accounts Committee and give assurance to the House that things are happening right. If we go that direction, Finance Chair, I can tell you this country is rich enough to meet most of our obligations. I support Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Njeri Maina, last one.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
Allow me to support this amendment. It is welcome because in the 2024-2025 budget plan, the security sector has been allocated a whopping 377 billion. It is important and imperative, Honorable Chair, for prudent use of public resources when we are struggling with debt, when over 60% of our revenue goes to debt allocation, that the monies, quote unquote, termed as a confidential vote set aside for the security sector is now audited so that it is no longer shrouded in mystery as to how it is being spent. Honorable Chair, it is a welcome amendment from the very able Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you. The last one, then Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I encourage you to make the comments short, bearing in mind that this is the committee of the whole house.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I wish to state that I support this amendment. I know that there are many people who may not be very happy with this amendment, but sometimes, you know, especially for democracies are small like ours, you need to take very brave steps. And Madam Speaker, because I've served both in the Budget Committee until yesterday, and now still serve in defense that also oversees intelligence. And Madam Speaker, I know that it was well intended when this was, the security money was ring-fenced against audit. But Madam Speaker, this is one area that has potential for misuse. And Madam Speaker, again, going by the same thing that I talked about governance, that it actually endears the country towards governance. And I think what Honorable Makali Mulu has said is perhaps the way to go to ensure that you have specific officers that are vetted to take that. But Madam Chair, in completing, I just wanted to say that there's something that I observed which is nice. That Honorable Njeri is in the house. She's not just outside giving pastors a run for their money, but she's in the house and now also distracting the chairman of finance.
I guess part of that was banter and canter. So, honorable members, I'll now put the question that new clause 29A be read a second time. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that new clause 29A be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? I now put the question that new clause 29A be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 30A.
I now call upon the mover to move second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 30A be now read a second time, that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 30. That is 30A, that the Principal Act is amended by repealing section 42. So section 42 of the current Public Audit Act was gagging the Office of the Officer General from questioning government policy objectives. And again, the petition in Transparency International versus Attorney General Petition number 388 found this to be unconstitutional. And therefore, we are proposing that that particular section be repealed. Honorable Chair, I think this demonstrates that actually the Public Audit Bill is a very, very good bill that's going to add more powers to the Office of the Auditor General and give her more functions, like for example, even now that not gagging her from questioning government objectives like it's currently provided for in the law, like the earlier discussion that you've had about even giving them power to audit security organs on Abu Chair. And maybe what Dr. Makari Mulu was raising, I was thinking about it, where Dr. Makari Mulu is saying that perhaps we need to provide it in law that those officers who go to vet, to audit those security agencies probably need to be vetted by NIS and all that. But I'm thinking, Honorable Chair, that would be too administrative for us to say that in law. And they would expect that officers that will be assigned such a particular mission will have to be very experienced and senior officers, and there is nothing that will stop the Auditor General from sending a list of those officers to the intelligence and having them vet to make sure that they handle those matters with confidentiality. So I think that would be administratively handled through the office, and it doesn't really have to come through an amendment in the law. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, I propose the question that new clause 30A be now read a second time. Honorable Tindi Mwale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here. Thank you. I want to support the amendment because you will find out that the experience and the role of the Office of the Auditor General, sometimes it has a lot of insight on what government is supposed to do to improve on efficiency of service delivery, and therefore the issue of allowing the Office of the Auditor General to comment on policy objectives is vital in improving government reforms and also service delivery to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support policy informs the law. And if we say that you can, audit what is as a consequence of the law, but you can't look at the policy. Sometimes a defective policy is what causes a problem, and therefore I really do support that amendment.
Thank you. Honorable John Gitonga, member for Manyata.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support the amendment. Honorable Speaker, policy directives by government determines where resources are normally placed during budget making process. Honorable Speaker, when the Auditor General can't question the government on how they are going to handle policy and the effectiveness and the prudency of the resources to be put in those policies, Honorable Speaker, then we are actually, as the Chair said, gagging the Auditor General. Honorable Speaker, I would like this House to actually be a house that protects the right of ensuring that the Auditor General has all the powers that be to ensure that she does work well and ensure that she is able to actually give the directives when it comes to prudence in government. Honorable Speaker, we cannot be a house that actually provides alternative when it comes to use of resources. And Honorable Speaker, I differ with many of the members that spoke earlier, were saying that when the Auditor General speaks and somebody feels there is misinformation, it is just right.
Honorable Gitonga, I will encourage you to just focus on this amendment instead of debating.
It is related.
So if you can take like half a minute to conclude.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
I'm sure you'll get a chance to go the direction that you want to go.
Okay.
Another opportunity.
Okay, Chair, let me finish what I was saying, that we actually need to be the house that protects completely the voice of the Auditor General and ensure that government is kept on check. We are supposed to be the people who actually motivates the checks and not the people that says we need to have them gagged. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Omboko Milemba, member for Emuhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm very happy because a few minutes ago, when the Substantive Speaker was here, it was looking like this law is a law that is going to shorten, demean, make the powers of the Auditor General much more narrow. But I now see the opposite. I've been following this throughout. And all the amendments, like the ones Millie has been commenting on, and Adam Smith there, and every other member, and Jerry here, are all expanding the scope of the Auditor General. I'm even very happy that now he's allowed to question policy in government. And you know, the Auditor General should be our friend. He should help us do this work. So unlike what was being circulated around, that this law is actually curtailing the space of the Auditor General, the opposite is sufficing. I support.
Thank you very much, members. Very interesting to note that the amendments that have been raised by the Finance Committee are really enhancing the work that is done by the Auditor General, clearly as opposed to what was being indicated out there. So, honorable members, I would like to put the question that clause 30A be now read a second time. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I put the question that clause 30A, I propose the question that clause 30A be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 30, new clause 30A be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. No amendment, so I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover, I would like you to call upon you to move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the county government's revenue-raising process bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? As many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, members.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, we may proceed. Mover. Please, and give the mover the requisite materials. No, the chairperson to report.
No, county governments.
We begin with the county government revenue raising process bill, National Assembly Bill, number 11 of 2023.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the County Government's Revenue Raising Process Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Very well, mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee of the said report, and I do request the Honorable Millie Thiambo to second the motion for agreement with the report on the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to second and congratulate the mover for really the bold steps that he has taken at a point that people thought the government would shy away from, bringing amendments that are progressive, that shield the office of the Auditor General. Congratulations, and for enhancing governance in management of public funds. Congratulations.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I will suspend the putting of the question at the next sitting. Yes, Honorable Makali.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I don't know whether what I'm about to say would be procedural or I should say it later. But I thought, Honorable Speaker, with these progressive amendments coming from the Finance Committee relating to the office of the Auditor General, it would not be fair if we don't register our appreciation on behalf of Kenyans. These are very progressive amendments, and this is the way to go if we want to improve our public, what we call the public management of our resources, because this country has suffered for many years what we call mismanagement of public resources. So I really want to salute the chair. You know, as Millie has said, I don't know whether this is a result of broad-based government or, but really, this is a step towards the right direction, Honorable Speaker. I think this is the way to go, and this will really change this country forever if we allow the Auditor General to do our work professionally and independently. I really salute everybody. It's unfortunate the House. I wish we were a full House, so that all of us as membership of this House would be carrying these amendments with us out there. Congratulations once more.
Very well, Honorable Makali. Let's move to the next one. I have postponed the putting of the question until the next sitting. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the good remarks from our colleagues. You know, when I saw the reports on media, because I know how the bill came and the work that the Finance and National Planning Committee, and that's why we are saying that this information is really unfair and really uncalled for. But it's important that this House, across the political divide, has actually realized that our committee has done a very good job in making sure that we enhance the office of the Auditor General and empower her not just with the functions, but with everything that is needed to make sure that the work is done very well. And I thank you, my colleagues, for your very kind words. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request the Honorable David Mboni to second. Honorable David Mboni is one of the members of the Finance and National Planning Committee, and this work we did jointly with the rest of the committee members and members of the Secretariat.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you very much.
Very well, honourable members. I now propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honourable Mbakali, your sentiments, I'm sure they were geared towards this particular one, but we still take them because they were well placed. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I also want to congratulate the Chair Finance. Honourable Speaker, I also want to acknowledge that he has retained his position after very serious changes in his House. Honourable Speaker, is because he has actually impressed the House in what he is doing and what the committee is doing, and I commend it. Honourable Speaker, when we talk of matters audit, and many people don't really want to be known how they are using public resources, it is actually instinct to hide. But, Honourable Speaker, such matters as Auditor General's report and the work, Honourable Speaker, is something that this House must always enhance, improve, and ensure that it is always maintained. Honourable Speaker, as I was saying before, I would like this House to go down in history as the House that left the Auditor General of this country with even more teeth to bite, other than actually, Honourable Speaker, cutting down on its powers. I was one of those people, Honourable Speaker, who expressed dissatisfaction with actually the original bill, and we even had a very serious argument with the majority leader on Twitter. Honourable Speaker, now that the amendments that have been brought by the committee are amendments to improve the bill, remove and ensure that there is no conflict of interest.
Honourable Member, you need to be precise.
And Honourable Speaker, to remove that part of separation of power, Honourable Speaker, I really support the bill and commend the committee.
Great, Honourable Njeri.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Allow me to also commend the committee and, like I have said, the very able chair. And you know, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Mili forgets that I am a student of law, and my evidence lecturer, Muthomithi Ankulu, told me, deny, that was not me, you saw. Honourable Speaker, allow me to note that one of the highlights of these amendments is repealing of Section 42. And it is very important that the media also follows so that we can engage on information that is accurate and correct. I recently went to CPU on an AI-based conversation, and AI is one of the tools that can be misused to bring down democracies. So as we report, let us report accurately. I commend these amendments. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Great. Finally, Honourable Nyamai. Mic for Honourable Nyamai, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate the chairman and his committee for their dedication. Honourable Speaker, I was in the House when the matter of misinformation and disinformation concerning this bill were discussed this afternoon. And contrary, Mr. Speaker, as I sat there presiding, I listened to the chair move very strong amendments. And I listened to members on both sides of the House supporting and giving very strong justifications, saying that this is a law, this is a bill that is going to enhance governance. As many members have said, it is going to ensure that the Auditor General is more effective in doing her work. So, Honourable Speaker, I think it is important that before our media houses report, to make sure that they look at the content and also even invite experts within the field, including the chairman of the committee and members like the Honourable Mwaleka and others who have a lot of experience and who have taken time to read. Because this, when it goes out there, that this bill is intended to reduce the powers of the Auditor General, it may make the House look bad. And yet, this House is doing a wonderful job. So I would like to congratulate the Chair and the House and also the members for their patience.
Let me open just a little more space because of what had ensured earlier. This bill was looked at like it was curtailing the powers of the Auditor General. Let's hear from Honorable Mayaka finally.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to put in a word. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank fellow CPA Chairman Kimani Kuria, together with his team, for the fantastic work. I am a big champion of structures in terms of governance and how we do things differently. The only thing that I would really want to mention is we have had some very fantastic bills going through from the Committee of Finance that the public is not aware of. We need to find a way of educating and letting know the public that this and this is what has been passed in the House and this is how it helps Kenyans, so that we also are able to prosecute these very good legislations that we do in the court of public opinion. Having said that, once again, congratulations to the team and to all the people who participated. And I understand my amendment did go through in the previous bill, so I'm very grateful for that. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We shall close it there. Next order. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, report of the National Dialogue Committee and the report of the multi-sectoral working group on the realization of the 2/3 gender principle. Resumption of debate.
Very well, honorable members. On this one, there was no one speaker who had time remaining or who was on the floor, and therefore we shall proceed as it is reflected on the screen. And to speak on this, on my list here is Jerry Maina. Are you ready for this? We have Tindi Mwale next. Jerry Maina, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I seems to have saved Tindi Mwale. Let me bite the bullet for him. Honorable Speaker, we have come so far in terms of equality and equity, and I want to first commend the working group on the 2/3 gender rule implementation. Honorable Speaker, oftentimes when we speak about women, we find that the concern for Kenyans was these gender top-up positions, how are they going to be arrived at? There was a general feeling that perhaps it is a preserve for WAGs, it's a preserve for people who are connected, and not for that grassroots woman who is very well-versed to the needs of the common mwananchi at the ground. Honorable Speaker, as we agitate for this, and I often say that I always will back a woman who is worth backing. I know the veracity of that statement sometimes does not sit well with radical feminists, but it is very important that if we are going to have and justify an extra budget and cost for gender top-up positions in this House and in Senate, let us bring women who have the capacity to aggravate and push for the women's issues. I also want to commend my chair, Honorable Murugara, former chair, Honorable Speaker, as I have been affected by the de-whipping of committees. But I am grateful to have served as a member of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. And I will continue to serve diligently, Honorable Speaker, wherever I will be in, and in whatever capacity, Honorable Speaker, because I believe that I am like the mustard seed. Wherever you put me, I will germinate. So I commend the Nadco report and the 2/3 gender principle. Let us fast track this issue so that we do not again find ourselves as a House improperly constituted as per the Constitution that we passed in 2010. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Njeri Maina. You are a promising young legislator, committees notwithstanding. So continue doing your work very strongly from where you are. Honorable Tom Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, there are several things that arises from this motion, especially the report of the committee, and I may not deal with all of them. I just want to speak from where the distinguished member for Nyeri has left it, and I differ with her, as I've differed and as I've spoken publicly about some of these things. Women issues, in my view, is not two-third representation in this House. Women issues are maternal health care. Women issues are capacity building for Mama Mboga to be able to be economically viable in her local environment. Women issues is about safe water for the mothers as they bring up their families. Women issues, it is so simplistic in my view, and this is really advanced by the political class, by the elite, who would wish that representation is a woman issue, because those of us who are
Yes, Honorable, what's your point of order? TJ, let's hear this point of order.
Mr. Speaker, is Honorable Kajwang in order to say that when we talk of the Nadco report, anything that we are legislating is only having women share these seats. And in any case, if we elected women or we brought women to parliament, when you are a leader, you are the voice of reason for your people. We have seen women school principals doing very well. They've done well because they were given a chance to lead in those institutions. Look at Honorable Gladys Wanga. She's doing very well in her capacity. So when we are urging and promoting this Nadco report to have the two-third representation, we mean women are peacemakers. With women on the table, we have the discussion. We are very much in order. If we miss the representation of women on the table, our issues will be forgotten, Mr. Speaker. I was having another conversation.
Order, Honorable Member. You know, I'm listening to you very carefully.
Yeah?
Honorable TJ is actually putting forward his story. He has not said all the things that you are saying. So let's allow Honorable TJ to have his story. Proceed, Honorable TJ.
Mr. Speaker, I hope you will add me time because I've listened to the veteran member, but I've not heard her advance anything which is out of order. I wish members would rise to speak about things which are out of order, not debates. Because every member, this is a house for debate, and any person is able to put across his or her issues without interruption. But let me, and so in all this, I find that discussing this two-thirds issue is an interesting thing, which we need to think through. Honorable Justice Maraga Emeritus declared that that house, the other house which I served, was unconstitutional and we should have been sent home. I do not know why Honorable Justice Quorum is taking too long to declare also this house, because we will never get that formula at all. Because you see, we are trying to get into a situation in which we are forcing the law to do something which is out of ordinary. We are forcing the law to create a situation in which our mothers or our fathers produce more women or more girls to be able to effect these two-thirds. It is impossible. We cannot use the Constitution or legislation for that matter to create that situation. It must be something outside, something biology, something outside the law to be able to provide. And did you remember, Mr. Speaker, come to think about it, that this issue is about 2/3 representation in parliament. How about 2/3 representation in civil service? How about 2/3 representation in the economic sector? Why is this aberration about representation? Just the fact that, and I have a lot of respect for the distinguished members who are in this house, but they do not come here as women. They come here as national leaders. And so, in my view, the member for Tharaka, for example, is able to advance all those issues that are affecting women of Tharaka as well as the whole country. And I would suppose that member for Nyeri would espouse all those issues that are affecting the men of Nyeri, and I know that their problems are many. But I am encouraged that the member for Nyeri is really representing them because he is really feeling it. So I expect that these are not gender issues. These are able leaders who are able to bring up issues that are concerning. And so when I look at the whole debate on this Nadco, I feel that it is something which is promoted more by political expediency than the need for law. I wish that we all went home, but not to do general election, to do a referendum on this women thing. You will be surprised. You will be surprised on this women representation. The answer that Kenyans will return, the verdict that Kenyans will return. I really would wish that the chair of the committee would propose that we go on referendum on this issue and try it afresh. You may find that the constitution would be so altered in such a manner that you'll never believe. I thank you, and in one way I support it because there are all those issues which had been advanced by the proposer. But on this issue, I object. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of course, I do support the report whole, and just wish to say, Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to start this way, but Honorable Kajwang has forced me to go this direction. First of all, I'm very disappointed that he originally comes from my constituency. I am also disappointed that he is actually our grandson in Kolo Kanyala village in Rusinga Island. I am disappointed that he is my protege as a law student. He actually, together with Honorable Chilo Ayako, used to study my notes. And that's why he has passed and is excellent. So I am disappointed that he has such retrogressive ideas. It means I didn't do my work well, but there is still room. I will do that work to change his mind about this. Mr. Speaker, I want to also apologize again because of all the factors I've indicated here for the next things that I'm going to say. That, Honorable Kajwang, we may be educated and even have PhDs, but there are factors that cannot change. One of the factors that can't change is that as a man you have never had periods and you have no clue what it is like to have periods. So please don't talk for me. Honorable Kajwang, you have never carried a baby for 9 months. Maybe there me and you are the same. But most of the women here have carried babies for 9 months. So you cannot talk for them. They know what it is to labor for 9 months. So don't talk for us on issues of women. Don't purport to know issues relating to women. Mr. Speaker, it's the same way. I cannot talk about wet dreams because I don't know what it is like to ejaculate in the night, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are all very different as men and as women. And therefore, let us keep our lane. Let us love our brothers. Let us love our boyfriends. Let us love our husbands. Let us love our uncles. Let us love our fathers. Similarly, please, Also love your sisters, love your aunties, love your mothers, love your grandmothers. It's not a competition. Everybody knows that the world is skewed against us. What I'm telling Honorable Kajwang in a very crude manner is that you are not wearing my shoe. Only the wearer of the shoe knows. Mr. Speaker, I've said it here in this house before, that there were days that if I were to come here to debate the House on a critical issue, I wouldn't even come here. Why? Because I would be in a pool of blood. Because I would faint. I was being admitted in hospital every month for 3-4 days. Honorable Kajwang has not had to go that. And you expect me to go out there and compete equally with you. There is a load that I'm carrying as a woman that you have never carried and you don't know how to carry, and you will never know to carry because you have the privilege of being a man. The same way in the US and other countries, there is white privilege. And so a white person cannot lecture a black person because you have not lived the shoes of a black person. In the same manner, a man cannot lecture me about being a woman because you don't know. And if you actually look at all the things that bedevil women, they start with men, menopause, menstruation and all that. Even though we love you and you are a necessary evil in our lives. That's why we marry you and you have you as boyfriends and all that. But you are a necessary evil. So I want to lecture you, but also plead with you, my brother and my grandson. Yes, that please, don't make it look like women, that this thing of affirmative action is by elite women. We had Honorable Eshomo here, Mr. Speaker. She didn't know how to read and write when she came in here. She could only speak in Kiswahili. What is so elite about her? Is the fact that she can't read or write so elitist? She came from Samburu. That's where she grew up and she was raised. Right now, I've just come from where I've just gotten an award for working for women. And we were with the Chief Justice, Martha Koome. And I told her right there that I was not happy that she called us hot air and all those kind of things. But I told her about it when it comes to women's issues, my tribe is woman, and I told off the people who are attacking her that what they need to look at are governance issues and not hound her out of office simply because she's a woman. Because we know some of the people hounding her out of office are themselves extremely corrupt. But they didn't raise those issues about men. It is only when you have Martha Koome or Nancy Baraza sitting in those pews. Those are the things, in those offices, those are the things that I'm telling you that I wear a special shoe that you don't understand. Try wearing this high shoe. Try having the kind of figure I have and the material I'm carrying behind my back and walk with high shoes with that material and tell me if you can manage it from there to Honorable TJ, you don't know what we go through as women. And then enters menopause, hot flashes and all that. Honorable Kajwang, you don't know half the story of being a woman. And that is why we need affirmative action. And I want to tell you that being in this house, I have seen the impact and effect of affirmative action. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Njoki Ndung'u now sits in Supreme Court. Affirmative action. Cecil Mbarire is now governor. Affirmative action. Millie Odhiambo serving a 4th term, affirmative action. Gladys Wanga, Governor Homa Bay, affirmative action. Martha Wangare is having a term as a 3rd term, affirmative action. Lesuda, also doing a 3rd term, affirmative action. Mr. Speaker, how did we get it here? We got here because we were given that platform. If I was not given that platform, when I went to Suba the first time, everybody was asking me the questions that TJ was not asked. I was asked why I don't have a child. I was asked where my house is or my home is. I was asked where I'm married. Nobody asks him those questions. My house was burnt. My bodyguard was killed. I know that kind of violence may be similar, but it's worse when you are a woman. Right now, Mr. Speaker, I'm living here because of a case of a girl who is 19 years, who was reported to have been raped, and people are mocking her on social media. I'm meeting her with her mother. People are mocking her on social media. The girl is actually going through depression, and we may lose her because of what she's going through. The men don't have to go through those kind of things, Mr. Speaker. And when we actually trivialize the things women go through and make it an elitist thing. Honorable Kajwang, I know your daughter. She sings very well. in Nairobi Central SDA. She's an elite woman because she's grown in Nairobi. May she get that opportunity that also a rural woman may get. If you don't like us as the women in the house, think about your daughter. She's a wonderful woman, and she needs that chance just like every other woman. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I'm very happy that we are discussing this as we are commencing the International Women's Day, which is coming on the 8th of March. And it is a reminder that it is a long journey. From 1975 in Mexico, right up to now. We moved to Copenhagen, we moved to New York, we were in Nairobi with the Nairobi forward-looking strategies. Honorable Kajwang, it has been a journey. And for some of us, it is a lifelong journey. I am committed to changing the lot of women. And that is why what I'm wearing today is written, Women Committed to Changing the Lot of Women. And I will not stop. I've said I'm not retiring from this because this is a cause for life. And so I'm encouraging my brothers, let's not trivialize this issue. These are your daughters. These are your mothers. I know wives, we have different stories. These are your daughters. These are your mothers. Please have empathy. In Jesus' name.
Great, and I think members, you have seen what debate can be. Honorable Kajwang still allowed Honorable Millie to have her story. Great. Now let's have the Honorable John Gitonga. Is in the house.
Yeah.
Are you ready for this?
Yep.
Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. When we speak after Honorable Millie, you feel a little bit down because of how she speaks passionately about the other gender, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, on the JLAC report, on the report of the National Dialogue Committee and the multi-sectoral working group on the realization of the two-third gender rule principle, Honorable Speaker. First of all, Honorable Speaker, this report, as I've perused through, Honorable Speaker, really is very realistic when it comes to recommendations that have been made by the two multi-sectoral committee and the Nadco report, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the proposals, many of them around increment of many offices, including the opposition leader's office, Prime Minister's position, Honorable Speaker, they are very serious recommendations that are actually changing the way we govern this country. And Honorable Speaker, one of my many interactions with the people, whenever there is an issue that involves increment in the number of leaders of this country, the uproar from the people is actually deafening, to say the least. Currently, Honorable Speaker, because of our current governing system, almost 70% of our resources goes to what I would call recurrent budget. That involves salaries, and these are the things, Honorable Speaker, that are needed to be able to govern the country. And Honorable Speaker, the recommendations involving creation of offices, Honorable Speaker, that must go through a referendum, up to and including the issue of getting gender parity in our leadership. I want to inform this House, without a doubt, it will not get support from the public, and it will fall flat if it goes on a referendum, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this is because the Constitution 2010, which was a constitution checking mostly on fairness on representation, forgot that a lot of this fairness on representation will come with a cost when it comes to usage of resources and usage of our budget, Honorable Speaker. And I would say that this House needs to consider dropping these two reports and check on what really touches on Kenyans and what can improve the lives of our Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, it is enough as of right now to be talking about accommodation of people in government and accommodation of leadership or certain individuals, Honorable Speaker, in the leadership of our nation. I believe the conversation that should be taking center front, Honorable Speaker, is a conversation involving how we can improve the pockets of Kenyans. And this House has had its fair share of having face-to-face with unpopular bills by the public, Honorable Speaker. And I would say that we need to be very careful to not find ourselves in situations we were in before in the year 2024, Honorable Speaker. But without saying much, Honorable Speaker, the issue about election preparation and ensuring that there is fairness in representation when it comes to leadership of IEBC is something that I support and I recommend. Honorable Speaker, we shall be debating this. I know it is going to...
Very well, you have had your bites. The Honorable Kuria Kimani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first is to really thank the Chair of JLAC and the committee for doing a very good work on the reports that they have tabled in this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to pick from where my colleagues have left, I note that the Nadco report will contain some very ambitious plans, Honorable Speaker, that this committee rejected. And I think I want to point out to a few of those proposals that are contained in the audit report that this committee broadly said no to and rejected. Honorable Speaker, interestingly, there is a proposal in the Nadco report to extend the term of senators from 5 to 7 years. And now the question is, then why would we need to extend the term of senators, Honorable Speaker, from 5 to 7 years? And I'm very happy that, Honorable Speaker, this committee has rejected that particular proposal, because that proposal goes to the heart of our Constitution, where it says that elections shall be held every 5 years for this particular office, and therefore it's really wondering why then the proposal was to increase the term from 5 to 7 years. Honorable Speaker, on the entrenchment of the office of the Leader of Opposition, Honorable Speaker, the proposal undermines the presidential system of governance in Kenya. If you check Article 108 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, it provides for how parties are represented in Parliament. What our Constitution envisioned is that the minority will form what we call the opposition, and the majority will form the government, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, now having now this office of the Leader of Opposition, Honorable Speaker, undermines our Constitution, therefore, because you then you need to sit and ask, would the Leader of Opposition therefore be a member of the executive, for example? And if then you're a member of the executive, that means then it undermines even the ability to oversight government, Honorable Speaker. I think the framers of our Constitution were very clear when they said they need to be, the majority party forms the government side and the minority party forms the oversight. And there's nothing that stops any oversight committee and any committee any committees of Parliament from oversighting any particular decision that are made. And you've seen, members across, this House in different committees oversighting the executive as we should be. And therefore, this thing we're calling entrenching the office of Leader of Opposition in the Constitution was therefore unnecessary. Honorable Speaker, I also note that the Nadco report was providing for for resignation of a member of Parliament when you are registered from a political party. Honorable Speaker, this actually meant that if you got deregistered by your political party, you automatically lose your seat.
This undermines our constitution, Honorable Speaker, because the power of people to elect their representatives goes beyond a political party. And again, Honorable Speaker, we also know that political parties are not necessarily very democratic. You know, that would mean that someone could just have a beef with you, register you from a political party, and therefore you get to really lose your seat, Honorable Speaker. And again, in any case, you know, how we've seen, unfortunately, apart from parties like congratulate like ODM that has existed for over 20 years, and you're hoping that the UDA party now would, you know, follow suit and exist for very many years, Honorable Speaker. Most of how patterns go in Kenyan elections is that people change their political parties all the time, you know. This time it is TNA, then the other time it's another political party, and therefore this requirement, Honorable Member, of someone losing their seat because of being deregistered by a political party, Honorable Speaker, is very unfair, and therefore I commend the committee for rejecting that particular proposal in the Nadco report, Honorable Speaker. On the issue of gender, Honorable Speaker, I think it's important to point out that what the committee what the Nadco report was proposing was that within 30 days of the coming of the Act, then the two-thirds gender rule would have to be implemented. And therefore, I think what the committee is saying, they are not undermining the need to have women leadership or the current provisions of having two-thirds as per our constitution. What they are opposing is the proposal to have that requirement within 30 days because of the practicability in which that could be done within 30 days. And what they are proposing, can all the parties involved put in place structures that will make sure we have more women leaders being elected in the next general election, and not having that within 30 days this is going to happen, because that's not practicable, Speaker. And I want to join in saying what Honorable Milo was saying.
Okay, 1 minute for him.
The truth of the matter is, in our elections, in our political space, women get it more rough than men, Honorable Speaker. And that is how it is in our society. Women are asked more questions that will never be asked to men who want to lead. The issue of your marital status, the issue of whether you have children or not, questions that men don't get be asked. It is very important that we have affirmative action for our women, so that we have women legislators, we have women leaders, and this affirmative action should not just be for women, should also be for young people and for people living with disabilities and people from minorities, so that we have a good representation of the whole country, Honorable Speaker, and not just in terms of gender. With that, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my 2 cents to this particular report, and especially on the subject matter that we are discussing of the two-thirds gender. Honorable Speaker, first of all, it worries me a lot, because it seems that we are trying to reduce this conversation to an us versus them conversation, which should not actually be the case. Because for a society to be well balanced, for a society to have good representation, it is good for us to have a good representation of gender. And gender, Honorable Speaker, in this case, does not mean women. We're not just talking about women. We're also talking about men. Because, Honorable Speaker, the one thing I want to remind my brothers who are parliamentarians, and I see one of the very capable one walking out, is that a few years from now, the way women leaders are performing, it is these same men will come here to fight for two-thirds gender, because they will need it, because we are taking over as they watch. So this two-thirds gender is not about just protecting the space of women in politics. It is also to ensure that we protect the space of both women and men. We have young children, boys and girls who are in school now, who are operating in very different circumstances from what we are operating, and they also need to learn that we must have a balanced society for us to prevail. Honorable Speaker, when we were young and we used to come to Parliament, and for the longest, this read for the welfare of society and the just government of men. And it was amended to the people, just to demonstrate further that governance leadership is not just about men. It is about people. And people is both men and women. And we really, really need to start accepting that. I don't want to be informed,
Yes.
Honorable Speaker.
Is it point of order? Point of order. Proceed.
He had said information. I don't
I wish to inform and comment the Speaker that in Old English, the word man or men represented both genders. This is the reason you say mankind. Have you ever heard of womankind? Because, just hold on, because that was the English language. It was not our mother tongue. It's the English language. If it says for the welfare of society and the just government of men, it actually means for the just government of mankind. And it includes both men and women. That is what it is. But because of activism and what has come up every now and then, oh, you have to say chairperson instead of chairman, all that, just to try and corrupt a language that is not our own language. That's exactly what we are doing.
Senior Counsel, you've made your point. Honorable Mayaka.
Honorable Speaker, Senior Counsel, and because he's my senior, I am just a third student in law. I just want to inform him that also, the language of English has different understandings. The same way you can kill a goat by pressing it to the ground or cutting off its head, it depends on how you understand, Honorable Speaker. And how English is translated in Tarakanidi and Nyamira is different. So I don't blame him for having a different understanding. But in my understanding, I understand that when they say for the welfare of society and just government of the people, is because it is a clear demonstration that governance and leadership is about both men and women, not just men alone. Honorable Speaker, back to my point so that I'm not derailed any further. I just want to also say one thing that we also must all accept. We have people, we have men, sons, fathers, partners in our lives who have been really supportive of our spaces out here. And that is something that is so beautiful that we must also just embrace. Honorable Speaker, I have seen the comment number 133 from the committee. And I just want to read what the justification said because I cannot believe my eyes still. The proposal is too ambitious and cannot be implemented in the current parliament. It would be neater to implement the proposal during the next general election. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza government has been a government of braveries. It is a government that has attempted to implement the SHA. It has attempted to implement housing levy, all these other things because they believed it can actually work. Why is it that when it comes to women issues, now it is considered not to be neat or not to be possible or to be ambitious? Why are we afraid of implementing something because we think it's too ambitious? Since when did us as the people of Kenya, as leaders of Kenya, think of anything as being too ambitious? Just because it involves women? Because, Honorable Speaker, I really need to understand that better. I can't believe my eyes that this actually came from a recommendation from the committee. That when it comes to women issues, that it is too ambitious, that it requires neatness. What do you mean? Yes, Hashi can inform me.
Out of order, you have no permission from the Speaker. You may proceed, Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and therefore, I just want to say, and Honorable Millie gave very many examples of women who have come before us, others who are still in this house, who have been extremely, extremely fantastic leaders, and who we continue to learn so much from, because we also want to go in the same path that they've shown us. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I just want to say, and I am saying this being one of the people who do not support blind gender, because I believe that also when to whom much is given, much is expected. We have to put in the work. Those of us who are in these spaces, who have been privileged to be in these spaces, have to demonstrate to people out there, both men and women, that we are actually also capable. That is the only way that society will continue to believe that women as well as men, for us to have equity and a fair society, we must have both of them in these spaces. And finally, Honorable Speaker, I just want to finish by wishing all the women in this world, both in Kenya, Nyamira, and the entire world, a happy International Women's Day as we celebrate the day on Saturday. I thank you.
The Honorable Florence Jamatia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to join my colleagues in contributing while supporting this very fundamental bill. Congratulate the chair of JLAC and the members of the committee for putting up a very elaborative report that is going to guide us going forward. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that this report came as a result of a very robust debate and dialogue between both Senate and the National Assembly. And it is going to dictate and guide most of the recommendations and referrals from the Constitution, probably up to referendum level, that is going to help build this country politically and legislatively. And so, therefore, before I even comment on to the agenda, because I'm coming there, I want to refer to number 18, where the committee recommends that the proposals to amend the constitutions as contained in the Nadco and MSWG reports to reduce the three bills as follows. A bill to amend the constitution to entrench NGAF and the Parliamentary Oversight Fund and National NGAF and NCGDF, respectively, in the Constitution. This is going to be one of the progressive bills that is going to help specifically leaders and elected leaders in managing the welfare and the funds that is given to them, to the people. If you look at NGAF, I want to speak for myself, is that I compete with members of parliament who sit here in the sub-counties, but as a member of county, if you look at the funds that I get, I would shy to say that these funds and this seat was designed to fail, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter how you want to look at it. I am in charge of over 6 constituencies with barely 60 million per year, while my counterparts in sub-counties or constituencies get almost 3 times. As much as I'm not wishing that I should be their monies should be reduced, in fact, should be more retrenched in the Constitution. But I want to say it affects me as a woman in the first place, because I have to run around and I'm supposed to represent youth, I'm supposed to represent women, people with disability. These are people with every specific difference and interest. And if you look at it again, Mr. Speaker, these are monies that I'm supposed to be, I am ideally in charge and supposed to protect and take care of software of human beings. It is not possible. And that way, as much as we are going to entrench this in the Constitution, we would really want to propose in the future, and we will debate more, that this money, as much as it's going to be entrenched, to be added more. Because I want to go and represent my people with a lot of dignity, so that when I am giving thanks or, like for instance, Mr. Speaker, are you aware that as a member of county assembly, a county MP, my bursary in the first and second quarter is not more than 3 million. And I am supposed to take care of needy students, needy children in the entire county. This needs a serious affirmative action. And that way, I want to say I support it to be entrenched fully in the Constitution as going forward. Also, the amendment to require to be subjected to a referendum, including implementation of that agenda. It doesn't matter how I want to look at it. I want to take a good example, Mr. Speaker, of us members here in Parliament, committees, even the leadership. How many women are we in the leadership? Very few. Out of 10, out of 5, probably 1 or 2. If you look at the departmental committee chairs today, there is only one lady, Alice Nganga of Department of Committee of Social Protection. out of 20 plus. And all of them are represented, the other rest of them are represented by men as chairs and deputies as chairs.
What about the Committee on Trade?
Committee on Trade is Gakuya, and it was deputized by Marianne Kitani.
Okay.
Deputy, I'm saying chairs. There is one, I sit in the budget and they appear before me. And I know it is only one out of more than 20. It is very unfair that we can even discuss about this thing going to. This time round, if it goes to referendum, we will deal with it properly. And we will marshal ourselves. It is not fair. Mr. Speaker, one man called Annabel William wrote a book that it's titled called Why Women Are Poorer Than Men in the Society. And there's one thing that determines the disparity. It is time. When I am pregnant, the man who is my age is busy making money. While I am married, I am supposed to be at home first to make sure there is food on the table. This man is probably cutting deals in town. While I am in school, someone is negotiating to marry me off. While my brother, who is at my age, is busy being sponsored to go to university. There is no equality whatsoever. And there is only one thing. We are not saying we want to be the same. We want to be given opportunity. And you realize, Mr. Speaker, that reason why men marry young women is because women are smarter than men. I want today that society to be given the opportunity for women to marry older men. Younger men. And you will see the way the transformation of the world.
Other members, I think part of this debate can be suspended to other places. But anyway, add her 1 minute.
Thank you. Because women naturally are naturals. And given an opportunity, we are able to make things work. Today, Mr. Speaker, I have sat as a leader and I understand that there's a lot of difference because when men lead and women lead, women will listen. It will take them some time, but they will always give you a best solution. Men use ego because a man versus a man feels like they are all equal. If you look at the diplomacy of the world today, you cannot tell me that Israel and America sat down and drove missiles, kill young children and women, and no any other man in the world commented anything because of something called ego. If you give opportunity to women, and through that gender, we are going to make sure the world understand that women have power and is soft and is going to be one of the best in terms of delivery going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable, where is the Honorable Jen? Proceed. Yes, the Honorable Jen Kagiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to the Nadco report. Honorable Speaker, as I start, I'm just remembering the year 2010 when we all went to voting for the new constitution. Honorable Speaker, many people said if the Right Honorable Raila Odinga had read it, they had read it. Others said if the late His Excellency Moi Kibaki had read it, they had also read it. Honorable Speaker, I think today we are being played to a scene of what actually happened that time. Because when we look at Article 27 of the Constitution, it clearly indicates that there should be no more than 2/3 in appointive positions or elective positions. So when Honorable Speaker, colleagues of mine stand here in this Honorable House to declare that the 2/3 gender rule cannot apply, I wonder who actually read for them the Constitution, because I believe each one of us read and made our decisions on how we were going to vote for it. And by the mere fact that we voted yes, it means we were in support of the contents of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, in my support of why I think we need to apply the 2/3 gender rule, I'll start by requesting my colleagues to see, not to see us as the leaders in this house. Don't see Honorable Jane Kagiri, don't see Honorable Jematia, don't see Honorable Irene Mayaka. See your sisters, see your mothers, see your nieces back at home. If you believe they do not qualify to be leaders, then we support you. If you believe they have not nurtured you to where you are today, then we support you. If you believe they're not the ones who have helped multiply whatever you have in your homes, then we believe you. Honorable Speaker, women have capacity to lead, and they can lead in any position. Honorable Speaker, I just think of 3 examples that I would want to give. First, women have a diversity of perspectives, and number 2, women are naturally peacemakers. Honorable Speaker, I'm reminded of the scene that we saw that happened at the White House recently. I looked at the seating in that place, saw the Ukraine president, the president of the USA, but I didn't see the presence of women. As the altercation was going on, the most I could see is men inciting further in the altercation, others even asking that president why he did not come dressed in a suit. Honorable Speaker, I found myself crying and wishing there was a woman present there because she could have redirected the conversation. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, where we need to apply the 2/3 gender rule is because I'm reminded of myself as a high school student. One day while I was at Othaya Girls High School, the late His Excellency Moi Kibaki came to our school, and I remember seeing his leadership. And I told God one day I would want to be a leader and to sit in this honorable house. Honorable Speaker, what inspired me is when I started following matters of this house, I noticed there was Honorable Beth Mogo, I noticed there was Honorable Martha Karua, and I also noticed Honorable Millie Odhiambo. From their presentation, from their articulation, from the work that they have done in this house, Honorable Speaker, I believe we are products that have sat on the shoulders of these great women for us to get here. So, Honorable Speaker, by us increasing the number of women in this house, we will be encouraging young girls out there, young women out there, that they can also be equally leaders in this country. Honorable Speaker, to my 3rd point, I would want to speak on better representation. We are all aware that women form half the population of this world. I am lost on why half the population of this world should even be pleading for the small and few positions that we get. Honorable Speaker, I think we are deserving of these positions, and I'm forced to give an example of the position that I hold of a county MP, Honorable Speaker. I look at the allocation we get, it is very little money that we are getting. This particular time when there's supposed to be budget cuts, instead of them running to deduct money on defense, deduct money on roads, deduct money on other facilities, they rush to deduct money on the county women allocation. Honorable Speaker, those are some of the injustices that we feel we must come together, increase our numbers, and fight for our positions. The money allocated to county MPs goes to the most vulnerable of the community, the PWDs, the elderly women, the needy women. Honorable Speaker, that is why I believe we need to be more in this house for us to articulate all the issues about women. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I keep saying thank you to the great people of Laikipia County, because when they were given a chance to elect me, they chose not to see the issues that were brought about by my own opponents, me being a mother, a nursing mother with a 6-month-old as I campaigned. They never saw that and chose to give me the opportunity to serve them as a woman rep. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
The Honorable Gideon Mulyungi.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Nadco report because the report, the way it is formulated, it's going to enhance democracy in Kenya and also gender balance. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to commend the NJLAC committee and the chair for putting this proposal forward and tabling it in the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, IEBC has been a challenge. Many times, elections are conducted and there are always disputes. Mr. Speaker, this amendment will make it possible so that IEBC can be more transparent and more respected by the Kenyan populace. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the leader of opposition is a big issue in Kenya, and it is the high time we create an official position of the leader of opposition in this House, so that the office of the Leader of Official Opposition is fully recognized by the government, by Kenya, by Kenyans, and also Parliament, and it is fully facilitated and funded by the Exchequer. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this bill comes at the right time when Kenya needs opposition so that government can be put in check. Mr. Speaker, I also support the Political Parties Amendment Bill because we have seen many times we are elected through a political party. We come to this House. When we land to this House, some people, also members of Parliament, decamp and go to bed with other political parties or other coalitions. Mr. Speaker, this amendment will make it impossible for anybody to jump camp without following the due process. And I would propose that if you decamp from the party that sponsored you to Parliament, then you go back to the electorate and seek a fresh mandate from the people who elected you. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of 2/3 gender rule, women are very important. Without women in this world, there will be no life. Mr. Speaker, each one of us, including the women themselves, they are born by a woman. And even without a man, you can maneuver your ways and give birth. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support this 2/3 gender rule so that women can get their place in leadership, they can have their place in Parliament, they can have their place in government, and all the leadership positions in Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Very well. There being no further interest in this, let me call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to begin by thanking each and every member who has contributed towards this motion, and especially delving into the various issues that are covered by the Nadco report and also the report of the committee, which is now before the House. What follows after this is that the House will vote to adopt the report, after which there are some various bills that have been proposed and they are attached to the report, which bills will first and foremost be subjected to pre-publication scrutiny. Then after that, they will be published so that they are committed for public participation and other avenues of informing the public what we are doing. Notably, some of the proposed bills in the Nadco report, which the committee actually rejected on the basis that they do not find any position in our constitution, and therefore they are not likely to see light of the day. So mine will be to urge these members that once the bills, including the 2/3 gender principle bill, is published, let's move out there, let's educate the public so that the public understands what this rule is all about. There may be a belief that the public will not approve that particular bill, but it may come as a shocker when actually the public buys in, and eventually we have a way of formulating the 2/3 gender principle and actualizing it in this House. Therefore, for those who have not participated in the debate hearing, the report is still available. It will be extremely informative when it comes to looking at those particular bills. They are about 4 or 5 now, because some of them were actually passed and they are now laws in the country. Otherwise, we proceed as we have proposed in this report. There are areas, including the leader of official opposition, which we found not to have a place in our constitutional dispensation. The naming of a prime minister in a country which is purely presidential, and we do not even have ministers recognized in our constitution. We had issues with that, but we also had issues with a provision that said we have to obey court orders immediately and timelessly, because we were saying, sorry, some of the court orders, in as much as we are required to obey them, they may be subject to immediate challenge. There are many other factors herein which we went through and which members should actually acquaint themselves with, so that when the time comes to debate what will be called the Nadco bills, then we are able to do it in a very rich manner, in a manner that is going to be informative to Kenyans who are anxious to know what became of the Nadco talks and the Nadco report, which was tabled before this House. There is an element or a feeling out there that the Nadco talks were purely to cool temperatures that time, and now that the temperatures appear to have cooled, not many people are giving much regard to what is in that report or what we are discussing today. But as a House of Parliament, we are under an obligation to carry out the wishes of the people, which wishes were communicated to us through that report which was tabled here. With those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I will postpone the putting of the question to that particular order until the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, public petition on legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I have the instructions of the chair of this committee on transport and infrastructure to hold his brief. And I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of public petition number 14 of 2024 regarding legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel, laid on the table on the House on Thursday, 20th February 2015. Honorable Speaker, this public petition, as you are aware, that Article 119 talks about public petitions, the right of every Kenyan to walk in the gates of the assembly and to lay a petition. In fact, one can simply walk to the speaker and say in his own words or her own words, and the speaker would then draft those sentiments into a petition, and those petitions would be reported to this House. This is what happened when one day in the mid-morning, some young people were minded to come and make petition through the gates of the National Assembly. And the Speaker gave them an opportunity, listened to them, and formulated out of their distress certain cogent issues which could form this petition. And I just want to underline the fact that this is a very progressive development that then allows members of the public to participate in lawmaking. Mr. Speaker, who are these e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel? In your house, Mr. Speaker, at some point at 2 a.m., you have felt sick and you've had need for painkillers, and you would have just looked for a Bolt or a Yego or one of those things and asked for house delivery. Those of us who are mentoring young people in our homes, they now do not cook. They simply hail those services from Uber and one of those, and before you know it, your door is being, somebody's at your doorstep to deliver food. And so these are the people that we think about. They either are on bicycles, they are on motorcycles or three-wheelers. These people are very progressive, and it is a new concept in this economy which has given us, those residents, more relief in being able to get services on the last mile. I just want to underpin this economic sector. If you look at, I think, page 52 or so, towards the end of the document or of the report, we summoned KRA to the committee. I think it's on page 51. We summoned KRA to the committee and put the question, so how much does Kenya, or how much does Treasury, or how much does KRA receive by way of revenue? Mr. Speaker, you will be shocked that this is a combination of 16 billion annually. 16 billion. And even though it is not perceptible out there on the streets, it is a crucial part of the sector which must be regulated and must be promoted, and there must be deliberate efforts to encourage it. Because the revenues is handsome and very substantial. And so issues which they were complaining about includes unfair classifications of drivers and riders, where they are classified as independent contractors, while in their view they should not be independent contractors. There is regulations under the Act called Transport Network Companies, or NTCs. These are the people who regulate that, who play in that space. So they control significant amount of their work, effectively treating them as employees without offering employee protections, and oppressive pricing formula and the pricing mechanisms implemented by NTCs and unfair and unprofitable. The riders also claimed that they often face sudden deactivation from platforms without fair warning justification. That person who has taken a ride on a Yego, riding to your house, has been given an amount of money that he is able to receive as a commission. And sometimes the big companies, the Ubers and the Bolts and so on, decide to do a promotion. I learned very new English when I sat on this. Those things called promo. Now, that is short for promotions. So they just promote or advertise their kind of services. But when they do that, they reduce the amounts that are chargeable to these bicycles or to the riders and so on. But the problem is, when they reduce, they also reduce it to the commission which is receivable by the young person or the poor rider. So it is in that context that these people came to request for a petition that the National Assembly, through the committee, enacts or amend relevant legislation to formally recognize digital riders as a core subsector of the transport industry, and to ensure that the rights provided recommends necessary amendments to the regulations to include motorcycles and vehicles protected under the regulations. Now, the background is that there is regulations which were presented in this House, I think processed by the delegated legislation in 2022. But at that time, this economy was still under the Uber, the cars, the four-wheelers. You remember, Mr. Speaker, just after the COVID, and really COVID played a big part during the COVID times. You could not leave the house, but you could summon these people to your home. So at that time, the regulations were dealing with the four-wheelers. But as things progressed, now bicycles and motorcycles and other forms of courier were in place. So those regulations did not recognize the bicycles and the two-wheelers, and then therefore they needed protection under those regulations. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want us to go to the recommendations that we make. The Cabinet Secretary, we summoned the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Roads and Transport, that is the mainstream ministry that deals with this matter. We also got information from the Ministry of Information, which is regulating the communication aspect, is Communication Authority. And we also talked about the digital economy under which this economy is built. We also dealt with KRA. We also even went to deal with the Monopolies Authority, so that these big companies, the Ubers and the Bolts, they are very substantial. Many of them are foreign-owned companies. Sometimes we were not able to get their local offices, and so they are stronger in terms of purchase between an employee and the employer. So it was necessary that we come between them and investigate issues which could be monopolistic in nature that would exploit the people in this industry. And then the last one is data protection. You see, when that gentleman rides a bike from Westlands, from one station to the other, the Bolt, for example, will have the data of the person that he is going to deliver to. But there is a breakdown in communication between the data which is held by the person that is harnessing this data and the person using the data. Well, we found that the big companies, the NTCs, were saying that they don't want to give the data of the person to whom they are going to supply, because if they discover that that person, depending on the distance, is not a lucrative distance, then they will drop that service. But we also said that if, Mr. Speaker, this person was to deliver to your doorstep, you should also know, as a consumer, you have a right to know who this rider is. What is his history? Does he have good conduct? Because you may find yourself with a bike on your door, and this bike, and somebody is knocking at your door, and you go in the middle of the night to open the door, and you find that this bike has brought in robbers. And we have had situations when we were investigating these issues in Mlolongo, for example, where a woman was raped, as a result of this. We also have even passenger a person who is a rider, but he prides that he is the killer of the society. He prides that he's a killer of society because he has that data and he will ride into your house, and without processing that data, he will be able to do some of those things that happen. So this is the kind of situations we had to navigate through. How does then the data protection agency, the director of the data protection, how does he safely keep the data and give enough information, minimum information, to the players in the industry so that the consumer is safe, the rider is safe, and the people who are in the Bolt industry, they make money. The last thing is that the compensation is at 18%, and ours is a capitalistic society. It is an open society. People should be able to come to Kenya to make business. We should be able to make it easy for somebody to start a business, a startup. A young person can acquire several bikes, or a young person can sit down and write an app. You know, I am sure the member, the nominated member from Nairobi understands me. These people are now complicated. Young people should be encouraged to do business in a different way. They can write out an app, and within that app and that platform, they are able to do business. So to rival the likes of the Ubers and the Bolts and so on. So we don't want, in our view, as we discussed, that we want to macromanage or control pricing, because that is an effect of the economy. The supply and demand must always be given an opportunity to play in that economy. So it is at 18%. In Europe, I think, in UK, for example, which is the most progressive on this issue, it has arisen to around 22%. In fact, in UK, it is difficult because they become employees. And once they become employees, of course, now they get into trade unions. Then there are union regulations and union laws, which make it very difficult, very stiff to be able to compete. So we were in a position that we would advise these people that this is an open economy, do your business well, do your startups, but we have to do a markup on the minimum because we must protect our Kenyans who are young people in this subsector. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations are, you find them at the end of chapter 4, and specifically number 1, that, and I think this is what is in the order paper, that the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Transport should review the regulations and submit revised regulations incorporating the 3-wheelers, 2-wheelers, motorcycles and e-bikes and bicycles and pedestrians to the National Assembly within 90 days. Within 90 days of the adoption of this report. And the revised regulations should also address the issue of pricing formula and dispute resolution mechanism. Number 2, that the Cabinet Secretary of Roads and Transport must ensure that there is a regulatory impact assessment, because that has been what is missing. And you see, a regulatory impact assessment informs the policy of drafting the regulations. And should do it within 90 days of the adoption of this report and submit a report on the assessment to the National Assembly. Number 3, the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Information and Communication and the digital economy should develop a draft regulations to guide the operations on digital courier services in Kenya, especially the delivery of food items, and regulations should be forwarded to the National Assembly within 90 days. You see, the Communication Authority does this regulation of courier activities. You cannot just wake up and have a courier activity without registering with the Communication Authority. Number 4, that the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Roads and Transport to establish a team consisting of representatives of the Transport and Safety Authority, transport network companies, and the petitioners to deliberate on a fair, transparent, and equitable pricing policy for all players, especially end user and the customer. Knowing that this is an open economy, we are not going to macromanage or guide on pricing. That Data Protection Commissioner should develop a draft policy and a draft regulations on the data minimization to guide the operations on the digital taxi, e-hailing transport, and digital delivery services, and enhance the safety of riders and passengers. The policy or regulations should be submitted to the National Assembly within 60 days. Number 6, that the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Roads should ensure that the transport network companies operating in Kenya establish presence in Kenya. These are foreign big conglomerates, but they must enforce the Companies Act. The Companies Act envisages a situation in which if the directors or the owners of the company are foreign, you must get also local directors to be able to operate within the country. Now, the 7th is to enhance accountability. The Ministry of the Transport Network companies should file biannual returns to the Transport Authority detailing the discounts. Those are the promos that I was talking about, and compensation to drivers due to discounts and promotions extended to customers. I suppose this will be captured in the regulation that would be filed in the House. Number 8, that the Director General of NTCA and the data protection should strengthen licensing requirements and transport networking companies to enhance the safety and operations standards. Additionally, the transport companies should enhance the vetting of drivers and riders before engaging them as independent contractors. Number 9 is to enhance the safety of the drivers, riders, and passengers. The National Transport Authority should ensure that transport network companies establish 24 emergency response system to ensure swift operation and emergency and security situations. In fact, we asked them to have digital appliances that I'm just finishing, to have the digital appliances by which they can put a chip, just a macro chip, into that bicycle or into that taxi, so that wherever they go, they can be monitored effectively. And I think the last one, in consultation with the county governments, the Cabinet Secretary should designate a pickup or a...
Please add him 1 minute.
The county governments and in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary should designate a pickup and drop-off spaces for digital taxis in the major cities across the country and utility areas, such as airports and railway stations. The last one is pursuant to provisions of those standing orders, the findings arising from the consideration of this petition debated by the House. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the report of that committee, and I want to urge members out there of the public that under the Constitution, under Article 19, and under the standing orders, you have an opportunity. Instead of picketing out there, I saw the nurses and the doctors, every day they come and I meet them, and I'm glad that they come. but let them come and give us something which can be coordinated or put together as a petition, so that we as a house, we can be able to deal with it. It is of no use to come and shout haki yetu if we are unable to decipher from you what it is that we can turn into law and help you. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, may I ask the venerable member for Baringo County to second these very good discussions, because they help them. At that age, I'm sure they need these things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Let me just take your seat, Honorable Jimatia. Let me direct as follows, because this is a matter and this is a petition that really will have great interest to many members, given the population of people and the monies that we have been told are involved in this sector. I direct as follows that the seconder will speak on this during the next sitting. This will also give the honorable members a chance to just get a synopsis of what you have talked about. And then also direct further that this petition and motion will have 2 hours, 8 minutes to be dealt with. And having said that, let's be upstanding, honorable members. And the time being 7:04 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 11th March 2025 at 2:30